yaweze kujenga jamii ambayo tutarudi kuishi nao. Tunaomba yote Mungu Baba utuwekee hekima na kusikiliza ili tuweze kujenga bila kuweza kuweka nyuma yale ambayo yametekelezwa. Tunaomba yote na kwa kuamini kwa jina Baba Yesu Kristo. Amen.
Amen. For those who would want translation, you can see me outside the tent. So some bit of house rules. I think first I'm advised by our able comms team at the back. We have 3 QR codes. The first one, of course, will be showcasing the Wi-Fi password. That is a password of this particular hall that we're in. So in case you want to utilize it, please just scan the QR code. The second QR code is for the photos. Photos, yes, thank you. The second QR code is for the photos. Once you scan there, you'll be able to see some of the good quality photos. So I see our camera person still taking some, so just smile. Put your good side. So the third QR code is for the YouTube channel. I don't know if, just 1 second for them to scan the one for photos. So the third QR code is for the YouTube channel. We would humbly request that if you can be able to share it widely, so that I know we have either colleagues or we have friends or we have partners who would want to also engage in this meaningful discussion. So that QR code has a YouTube link for the session, that is the East Africa Forum on Access to Labor Markets for Refugees. So please share widely, but also have a point to look at it. So with those ground rules, I think the other one, of course, just in terms of communication, we weren't able to do one activity in the program yesterday. That was the World Cafe. So no harm there because we'll be undertaking it today. But to start it off, we'll be having the panel discussion on collaborative solutions. Thereafter, we'll have a health break, hopefully between 10 and 10:30, but we'll be able to advise depending on the panel discussions. Thereafter, after the tea break, we'll be having the World Cafe, which will have a bit of a short session, and then it will lead us to the action planning, which will now be able to assist us in terms of coming up with a roadmap on some of the intentional recommendations from either the panelists, the participants, and so on. So without much further ado, I would wish my co-moderator, Mr. Zain, to please come and introduce the panelists who will be taking up on the collaborative solutions. Participants, I would strongly suggest you open an ear because these are very important people coming in to also share some of their lived realities. So, karibu, Zain.
Good morning again, everyone. Thank you so much for having me again. Over the last, one thing I think we agree on collectively is how difficult the crisis currently is and the issues that we're discussing are. And to solve them effectively, to do them alone is quite a tall order. And so I'm very excited about the panel that I will be moderating. It's going to ask one singular question, which is, how do we collaborate effectively to create long-lasting solutions? And another thing that's making me so excited is the caliber of people that we're hosting this morning. I feel extremely privileged to call them on the stage, and I will. So please give them a round of applause after every name that I say, because these are awesome people and they're giving us the privilege of their time, and we must be grateful. I'd like to start with the representative from IRC, Ms. Eliza Mariebe. Social Development Officer, Mr. Anthony Kiprop. From academia, Professor Bonaventure Rutinwa. From the Embassy of Netherlands, Ms. Lilian Obier. From the Regional Durable Solutions Secretariat, Mr. Jamin Kuswania. Come on guys, we can do better than that. One more big round of applause. I was going to, and in fact I stalked all of their LinkedIns before I got here this morning, and I was really going to introduce them myself, but I think because of the caliber of people that are on this stage, I think it's only right that they get a chance to introduce themselves in the way that they think is right. And so going from sort of Professor Rutinwa to Jamin, I think it's only right that, yeah. So we'll start with Professor Rutinwa and then we'll move up. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Professor Bonaventure Rutinwa. I'm a professor of law at the University of Dar es Salaam. I'm Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics for the university. And my areas of specialization is refugee law, migration, citizenship, and related areas. Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony Kiprop. I work with the Directorate of Social Development under the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. I work in Turkana County, in charge of Turkana West Sub-County. We are in charge of registration of groups, that is CBOs and self-help groups, among other programs, which include even the social protection programs, including the safety net programs. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eliza Mariabe from the International Rescue Committee, supporting advocacy and system strengthening within the organization. My main area of expertise are mainly governance, advocacy, and system strengthening, which we'll delve into during this panel discussion. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lilian Obier from the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands here in Nairobi. My portfolio is on durable solutions and displacement, so that covers refugee situation in Kenya and also the IDP situation in Somalia. And I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, my name is Jamin Kuswania. I work with the Regional Durable Solutions Secretariat with our biggest core functions in terms of convening policy conversations, engaging policymakers, governments, and a key focus that refugees and host communities are part and parcel of the center stage. It focuses on area-based programming, advocacy, policy, financial inclusion, and integration. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. I think one more round of applause is really due, and then we can get into it. Awesome. Thank you guys so much once again for joining us for this important occasion. So, like I said in the brief description that I gave, one thing that we're talking about here is collaborating intentionally and effectively. But before we even move on, I think it's very important that we start by defining what those terms mean. And so I just want to sort of take maybe two opinions on this, and maybe we can start with Jamin and then Professor Rutinwa. But I just wanted to ask, so from where you sit, what exactly does collaborating intentionally and effectively mean?
I think from our end, it's moving away from the ad hoc way to a system-based approach. And this means several things. It means about how are we having common goals, other than having a different project that we are working on. That becomes a critical aspect for this. But secondly, is about where is government in this particular process? Are we taking advantage of the government platforms, coordinating within those particular government platforms? Because the main aspect for collaboration is sustainability. But the third thing is also about what we are doing about the collaborative and comparative advantage. That yes, there is what the humanitarian agencies will do in terms of providing protection and basic services. We need to allow governments in terms of the regulatory aspect of the same. We need to allow development actors to develop the market systems. We need to allow private sector to be able to ensure creation of jobs and markets. And therefore, if we're then to have a system approach, as I have highlighted, then the question is where are all these particular actors, even in the programs that we are actually running? And so each of these particular actors, based on their comparative advantage, need to be on the table if the labor markets in this particular region are going to achieve the economic inclusion and self-reliance that we are pursuing.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, we'll move on to Professor Rutima, but I want you to stay on to that thought about many stakeholders, because I think I will come back to that. It's very interesting. So Professor Rutima, maybe your thoughts.
Okay, thank you very much. I am speaking from the point of view of academia, and picking on where my colleague stopped, actually where he started. The first thing we need to do is stop working on an ad hoc basis and move on to a system-based basis. One of the most important things we need in terms of self-reliance, refugee inclusion, and all that, first of all, we need informed policies and practices. Hitherto, these policies have been made on ad hoc basis whenever it is felt either when it is a crisis or certain intervention is required. As a result, we have adopted practices and even policies which were not well informed, and as a result, have not worked very well. Elsewhere, they have not even been well received, because simply those who want to implement them simply don't understand them. And I can give an example. Only last week, Tanzania had a tripartite meeting on repatriation of Burundian refugees between UNHCR, Burundi, and Tanzania. The communique that came out was very interesting. One of the paragraph reads, the minister says, Tanzania has decided, and I need to be this to be put in writing, it will not include refugees in local and regional programming. All we shall work on is repatriation. Then I ask my friends within the ministry, why should you have this kind of a statement, and why don't you want refugee inclusion? Says because it comes from the CRRF, and Tanzania withdrew from the CRRF. I said, what's wrong with the CRRF? I really don't understand even what it means. That was the answer. So you see some of the problem of pushing things down their throats, which they don't even understand, which have not been researched on in the local context. So we as academia, we pitch for a more systematic approach to policy making, and that requires long-term research. Our collaboration with the rest of the partners would be to provide you with the data as well as the related analysis and supporting implementation. Thank you.
Awesome. This is exactly why I like genuine insiders on panels, because we get to know things that we might probably otherwise have never known. And so super grateful to Professor Rutima for providing that angle. There's a lot to piggyback on from what Professor has mentioned, but I think I'll leave that to a bit later on. I want to move on to Miss Eliza and Miss Lillian. And from both of your perspectives, I just wanted to ask so both of you have, of course, tremendous demonstrable careers, but something that I mentioned yesterday was there's something about our area of study that has sort of persistent gaps. And so if you could please tell us what some of these persistent collaboration gaps are. What are they, and where do they show up? Why do they constantly show up?
Okay, thank you. In terms of the persistent gaps that I've seen in my profession is the lack of honest communication among stakeholders and to what they're doing. You'd find that people are working on various things in terms of assisting refugees to access the labor market, but there's no coordination. And that lack of coordination and open communication then leads to just a lot of waste and duplicity and really failure to achieve that which you want to do. One of the things that I'll also bring a Kenyan context is that the transition now to the differentiated assistance, where partners are called upon to share what they're doing in terms of assisting people with information on how they are providing the livelihood programming. But this is happening now, whereas the livelihood programming has been happening for years. And the question is, why didn't partners come together maybe 5 or 10 years ago to even share and say, this is what I'm doing in terms of labor, access to labor market for refugees, these are the programs, these are my beneficiaries, just to ensure that there's no duplicity. But now with the changing context, it has forced the partners to do that. So that realization that we're a little bit late in doing that. So the lack of open communication and honesty in what you're doing then is a really big gap. It's being addressed, but we're a little bit too late in doing it.
Just to add to what Lillian has spoken into, I think one of the biggest other gaps that we have is, we have so many good policies. I think we can speak about that in Kenya and I think also in the East African region. But the implementation bit of it is where the gap now comes in. That we just, for example, for the case of Kenya, that the department has just gazetted the refugee ID, but when you go to seek services as a refugee in various government departments, there's still that gap that, these things are not working together, the departments are not working together. So we have good policies, but the gap comes in terms of implementation bit of it, and actually also comes, also leads to the aspect of what Lillian has spoken into in relation to coordination. I think yesterday we extensively spoke about interoperability of systems that, we have, for example, the refugee that is, one system recognizes it, but when you go to another system, for example, in terms of accessing business permits within the county government, it will not recognize the same. So that gap of it in terms of policy and practice still exists. And I think, being part of these conversations, working in partnership, working collaboratively with government to actually address this gap is a good opportunity to look into. Thank you.
Thank you both. Mr. Kiprop has been very patient. I think it's only right that we move next to him. Of course, you're a social development officer in Turkana. Turkana hosts a large refugee population. But if you're looking at sort of challenges and opportunities that arise with a lot of coordination going on there, what are these challenges and opportunities that arise at the county level in your experience?
Okay, thank you. As earlier said, I'm Mr. Kiprop Anthony, Social Development Officer in charge of Turkana West. So let me start with the challenges, which we had especially in Kakuma, which was refugees. As a directorate, as earlier said, we are in charge of registering community groups, and refugees is part of a community group in Turkana West. Earlier, we were not registering refugees. That was a challenge. That refugees were under UNHCR, but now policies changed and the issue of self-reliance came in. So our framework of the policies and laws were not allowing us to register refugees. But when the policies changed, as a government, we had to look on ways on how we can bring on board refugees so that we can register them to be formalized, so that we can formalize their registration. we did quite a number of issues. We had to convince the government by engaging them that refugees are part of our society. We had to request our ministry headquarters to do what we call visit to the camps and the settlements so that they can see for themselves what is happening at the camps, so that when they are making decisions, they make decisions from informed choices. So in 2019, they came, we took them through the camp, and later when they saw now these are people who are working formally, you know, they thought they were just in camps. They didn't know even that they are doing businesses and other things. So when they came back to our ministry headquarters, they were able now to make a decision through our senior most, that's the PS, and they allowed us to do what we call pilot registration. So we came up with some laws which will be guiding our registration. Later the laws were incorporated in a framework where an act of parliament was passed, were built, and refugees were incorporated under Community Group Registration Act. That is Section 11(2) of the Community Registration Act, where we are talking about special interest groups. So we categorize refugees as special interest groups under that section of the Act. Having come up with a framework, we were able now to do what we call registration of refugee groups, which we usually say integrated refugee groups. Sometimes we usually say refugee-led organizations. But in the Act, it is integrated refugee groups. Now, the biggest challenge which came was now the issue of documentation, which we found yesterday was coming frequently. Especially for us, it was the refugee ID card. We could not register refugees without refugee ID card because that is the document which can identify themselves with. Our system, the government system, which is the IPRS, recognizes only the refugee ID card as a valid document. But DRS did their best. Currently, we are seeing more refugees getting refugee ID cards, unlike the previous days. Now, what are some of the opportunities which has come with the registration of refugee groups? Now, when the Act came into place, we were able now to register refugees, where we had a formal way of doing it. We have to do what we call capacity building. Later, we do some verification, and then we register the groups. The best thing which we have realized as a government through the Directorate of Social Development is that when we register these groups, we formalize their registration. They are recognized by the Kenyan government. They are recognized by partners, and they can be able to be funded. That recognition is very important for us as a government. It is a milestone that we do. The registration of refugee group has brought a lot of things. First, refugees, when we register them, there are some benefits which comes with refugees. Now when we register them, they can apply for loans, especially the government loans. They can apply grants. They can seek funding from partners, and they can start their own enterprises. In Kakuma, we have registered quite a number, and they are doing very well. I think one of the groups is here, which is Cal Power Action Initiative, which we did register, and you saw them yesterday. They were able to speak for themselves. We have quite a number of CBOs and self-help groups operating in Kakuma legally. And they can do quite a number of things. They can do farming. They can do business. And I have an example of around 2 groups. We have Cal Power Action here. We have a group called by the name Vijana Tuweza. They are doing fish farming in Kakuma. People usually say desert farming because there is no water in the camps, but they were able to come up with a fish pond, and they are doing business at the moment when we are talking. We have also the Solidarity Initiative for Refugees. They are doing digital literacy. And these groups, they have been able to employ quite a number of refugees. So they are now reducing dependency on aid by coming up with initiatives where they can venture into business, they can sell their produce, and people can get money in their pockets. So it has promoted self-reliance, which we usually talk about. That is just in brief about what we usually do.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Kipro. But we've spoken now about sort of the county level, but we have the privilege of having Ms. Eliza, who has sort of a multi-country experience with IRC. I just want you to talk us through sort of the partnership approaches that have been, that have produced the strongest, positive results in terms of livelihoods programming.
Oh, thank you. When...
Kipro, that's for Ms. Eliza. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So in responding to that question, I'll just give an experience of one of our livelihood programs that we're implementing in Kampala and Nairobi. It's called Rebuild. Rebuild is an acronym for Refugees in East Africa, boosting urban innovations for livelihood development. So this program is through the support of RCK-Kenya, is implemented in Kampala and Nairobi. And we're working with a number of partners, ranging from refugee-led organizations, research institutions, NGOs, and government, both at the national and local level. So this particular program works to promote economic self-reliance amongst refugees and vulnerable host communities, both in Kampala and Nairobi. So basically working through different pathways, including advocacy and influence, financial inclusion, and research as a cross-cutting element. So for us, normally, we have a mantra that we stand for as IRC, that we partner first. And in case we are designing a project, we ask ourselves, why not partner? So that is the very first question that we ask ourselves. And part of what has really worked for us in relation to this particular program, and overall, I think a number of our programming areas is in terms of, ensuring that we work within government ecosystems to ensure that we actually work towards including refugees in labor markets. So working closely, for example, with the Nairobi City County government, working closely with the Kampala City Authority to ensure that we actually have ecosystems that support refugees to be able to get to economic self-reliance. Another aspect is in terms of ensuring that we bring on board the private sector. I think yesterday we spoke broadly about the aspect of unemployment cutting across in all our East African countries. So how do we bring the private sector on board to ensure that we co-design market-aligned skills and create pathways that both refugees and host community can actually be able to access employment opportunities. The other aspect is in terms of ensuring that the refugees and communities, vulnerable host communities, and refugee-led organizations are at the center of our programming. We can only be able to, be able to design this project jointly if we actually get to understand their lived experiences, to understand where the shoe pinches the most. So basically, in terms of designing our programs, we normally always bring on board these communities, refugee-led organizations, and the different partners to ensure that we jointly co-design and think through in terms of what is, and understand what is happening at the grassroots and what direction do we really need to take in terms of putting putting those programs together. So that has really worked for us in terms of just ensuring that we actually work towards sustainability in all our programming. Thank you.
I want to move now to the end to Jamin, and a very quick question to you is, REDS does tremendous work in terms of regional collaboration, but I wanted to ask you, in your opinion and in your experience, what does a truly regional collaborative approach to economic inclusion, what does it look like? And more importantly, because I think, and this is something that applies across the panel, we're here to ask the questions of how. So how do we achieve that truly, a true regional collaborative approach?
Thank you. When you look at the number of refugees that we have in this region, we begin to appreciate that we are both the source and the origin for the displaced communities. And therefore, that tells us that within the East African community, then it is our business to ask the question of how do we collaborate for aspects of safe reliance. And so three things come into play. One, and Professor Rutimi began this conversation for us, is that we need harmonized policy and frameworks. And this means going beyond what we have, but focusing in terms of the implementation of the same. The IGAD has various frameworks, whether it's the Kampala Declarations on Jobs and Livelihoods, whether it's the Djibouti on education and equalization, whether it is Nairobi about the freedom of movement. And therefore, states need to move towards the implementation of this. The second aspect on that is how then do we interpret? How do we interpret these particular policies? How do we enhance work rights for displaced communities in this particular region? How do we facilitate cross-border movement within the region? So harmonized policy frameworks in terms of the interpretation and implementation is critical if then we are going to have this meaningful collaboration. And I think what we need to be having the conversation, for instance, with the EAC and also with IGAD, because we have various regional blocks in this particular space, is that how do we harmonize this so that then we can then be able to create a vibrant market access for persons who are actually origins of this particular region, but also displaced in this region. The second aspect is that integration works when states lead. Integration also fails where states don't lead. And therefore, we need to have government-led, but then multi-actor engagements and programs in this particular region. Whether we are talking about IDPs in Somalia, whether we are talking about refugees in Kenya or refugees in Uganda, the question of, is it the national government? Where is the national government? Where is the county government or the regional governments leading at the very far front of this? Because then we have a semblance of getting meaningful collaboration and meaningful integration if some of these particular aspects are going to work. I'm sure in this region now we are beginning to have best case studies in places where it has been working in small portions, and we can be able to see how this translates across. What's happening in Asosa in Ethiopia is something that we can borrow. What's happening in Koboko municipality in Uganda is something that we can borrow. And so we already know that these test studies can work. So how then do we roll them out across the bigger refugee hosting areas within these particular countries, but also within the regional aspect? I think that question is going to be important in terms of how is government leading. But the third aspect is how we then integrate our labor markets and labor mobility. Economic inclusion would only then be supported in those three aspects: frameworks, government-led, but also private sector, labor markets. What are the cross-border value chains that exist. When you look at both Somalia and Dadaab, they're sharing almost the same ecosystem. And so what are the value chains and how do we take advantage of that even as we program? When you look at climate change and mobility and the issues that are affecting that particular region, then it tells you that, okay, they would affect the same people who live across different borders in the same way. And therefore, we need to invest in labor markets and labor systems and value chains that transcend across. Kenya is an example where you'll find Congolese refugees doing business across from Uganda, from Congo, on the African fabrics. But then how then do we facilitate that? How do we look at the value chains and what happens here for the displaced community and what happens at the production maybe in Congo or even in Uganda, and to facilitate that? So if we do this, based on your question, I think we then be having meaningful aspects. The legal framework supports, the government leads, but private sector has a role to play in this.
Yeah, wow, gotta say that's an excellent response. Thank you so much. I want to come to Professor Rutino. Professor, you talked about the need for evidence-based research. You also talked about, and if I can put this bluntly, uninformed policymakers making policy. But of course, certainly academia has some role to play in what you were saying, but I want to really hone in on the collaboration aspect of this role. Do you think that academia has a role to play in building collaboration that then yields to sort of evidence-based outputs? So, and I don't just mean collaboration between maybe government and maybe academia, but sort of intergovernment, government, NGO, and the likes. Do you think academia has a role to play in that?
Okay, thank you. Maybe let me put it in a broader context. Here we are talking about refugee self-reliance, refugee inclusion. These are new names, but it's new wine in old bottles or vice versa. The issues that have been there since the 1951 convention was negotiated and concluded. Last month, in this very hall, I made a related presentation in which I mentioned that of all the articles of the 1951 convention, the one with most reservations, 41 in total, is on self-employment. So it is the most reserved, on which states made reservations. So it has been sensitive all along. And I'm coming to your point because I'm not yet answering your point. Fast forward, this idea of refugee inclusion, self-reliance gained prominence at the UN Humanitarian Summit, which was held in Istanbul in 2016. I was privileged to be there, but don't worry. There were more than 1,000 people, so you can imagine. So it was not anything special to be there. That's where all this started. It evolved down into the Compact on Refugees, and then CRRF, and the ideas we are talking about here. Now, the question is why we are getting difficulties in implementation and how collaboration can help. As it has been rightly mentioned, East African community, we have our East African Treaty, Article 124, which commits us to develop common refugee management systems and to collaborate in the implementation. Also, Article 125 has a similar provision around that. And as some of you are aware, definitely you know, Douglas, you are aware, from 2019, we have been trying to develop a common EAC refugee management policy. I happen to be the consultant drafting that instrument under the guidance and the leadership of the commissioners. The draft was completed, largely agreed by all states, perhaps except one, but to date, it has not been adopted. And throughout the discussions, the area where where states, particularly the state that has not signed up, has reservation, is with regard to refugee self-employment, refugee employment. So, what can academia do to resolve this impasse? First of all, we need to conduct evidence, provide data and quality analysis that can convince all those involved that this is the right thing to do. We shouldn't bring concepts, sell them to the states and tell them implement. They hesitate. We should invest some effort to make them understand why this is the right thing to do. And I remember in May 2019, right here in Nairobi, the meeting at which this draft was adopted by the refugee management chiefs, it was Brother Douglas here who raised the issue of too many new concepts in this document which are confusing people unnecessarily. Why can't you go down to the earth and put things that people can understand right away? So, the role of the academia, the role which the academia can play in promoting collaborative approaches is to assist to get instruments like these, which are intended to promote cooperation among states and actors within the states, are accepted and implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I think it's only right now we move to Lillian in terms of donors. Behind the scenes, donors play a very, very crucial role in the way things are done. But one thing that I think about a lot is donor alignment, in the sense of aligning on the same goals and on the same objectives. And so my question really is, what does that effective donor alignment look like in this space? Of course, this space, I mean, in terms of access to labor markets. So that's one aspect of the question. So sorry, I'll finish up. So what does effective donor alignment look like, one? And two, what role does donor alignment play in avoiding duplicity of activity, right? So donors, if there's lack of donor collaboration, then one issue we'll run into is so many people are funding the same types of activities, and that helps no one. And so how do we avoid that, and how important is donor alignment in that regard?
The second part of your question on the importance of donor alignment. And what I've come to also see is that, first off, is that donors have different priorities based on what their capitals want, and looking at the different countries that they're looking for partnership and investing in. So that also directs how you also think of programming. But the beautiful thing that I have seen is that there's actually communication. Like in Kenya, we have the refugee donor group, where we usually meet, and then the development partners share what their priority area is based on what the policy direction that they have. For instance, for the Netherlands, migration is a priority for the country. So that also guides in the programming that we do. And then what I've also seen, and which will actually lead to greater donor alignment, is based on what your priority is. By sharing, then you'd find that maybe one partner is investing in education, another one is doing health, another one is doing access to labor market, another one is doing protection. So they might be different, but they're complementary. So looking for the complementary in programming is very important, because it might seem that you're pulling in different direction, but when you get a bird's eye view, is that you're all contributing to the same thing. Because access to labor market requires that people have protection, requires that people have access to documentation that Mr. Anthony is talking about, requires the policy understanding that Professor was talking about. So having donor alignment means also that joint programming, but then also means that we are supporting what the government is doing. Because I'll go back to what Jamin was saying, for any refugee response to be successful, including inclusion into the labor market, is quite sensitive, like what Professor was talking about. So it also means that whatever programming needs to also support what the government is doing, like in this case would be the host government for Kenya, also within the region. And that alignment within the donor community means if we are supporting what the government is doing and we're speaking with one voice, then there's greater impact on the ground. Because it is not like the government is doing one thing and then the donors are also doing one thing. So alignment in this case is not just among the donors, but alignment in this case, it's within the donor community and development partners together with the government, so that we're all speaking with one voice and we're pushing towards one direction. Then you reduce cases of duplicity, what you're talking about, parallel service provision, and wastage. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Lillian. That was awesome. I wanna move to Ms. Eliza, and you already sort of talked about Rebuild, which is awesome. I think great program, but I think some of us in the audience might not know what exactly Rebuild is. So before we get into some of the substance of the question, it would be really nice to hear about Rebuild and what it does, and really talk to us about the scalability of such programs and what impact they could have on livelihood mechanisms going forward.
Thank you. I'd mentioned briefly about the Rebuild program that we are implementing in Kampala and Nairobi. So through this program, we are working towards promoting economic self-reliance for refugees and vulnerable host communities through different pathways of financial inclusion, where we actually do skilling, mentorship, business grants, and incorporating aspects of advocacy and influence to ensure that we actually, work closely with government, private sector, and other actors to actually work towards, advocating for an ecosystem that actually promotes access to labor markets for these groups. And on top of that, we also incorporate research to ensure that we actually have evidence to inform practice as well. So in terms of scalability of some of these initiatives, and I think for the Rebuild program, it has been a 5-year program. It's coming to an end this year. There has been lessons that we've really drawn from it. And I won't speak to all of them, but just mention some of them. But I think some of the things that we can actually pick from is the aspect of cross-learning. And I think this particular forum, for example, really presented an opportunity for us to learn what is happening in the different countries. And just one thing that I'll pick from the Rebuild program that we're able to do is enabling the city authorities who we're working with to cross-learn with some of the areas that we feel there are best practices that they can pick on. So one of them was Koboko municipality, where we actually had a visit there with the city authorities so that they can learn how government is leading on integration of refugees into government-led systems. So from that particular visit, I speak for Nairobi County, for example, they came back and actually passed the Nairobi County Refugee Integration Strategy, and actually right now they're working towards implementing it, and they're working towards, integrating refugees into their day-to-day normal service delivery. Right now they're developing their budgets and they're ensuring that some of these aspects that are within the Nairobi County Integrated Strategy are part of the county budgets, the county annual development plans, and we're hoping when they go to the county integrated development plan, those are the 5-year plans for the counties, they'll be able to integrate refugee issues, refugee interest into those 5-year plans to inform, development and planning for access to services for refugees and host communities. The other aspect is in terms of and an opportunity for us to actually look into is in terms of how do we develop comparable tools when we talk about, for example, market assessments, for example, across the countries that we work in. How do we work towards developing trainings that are demand-driven? For example, I think yesterday we were talking about the aspect of refugee coming in with already ready skills, but when they come here, they are not recognized. So how do we work that we are in this region together. How do we work to have those training to be, to cut across the different countries? We're talking about us being part of the community. So how are we working towards ensuring that for the training that a refugee or another person can receive from another country, it can actually be recognized in this country? And I'm glad for Kenya, for example, the recognition of prior learning is one of such aspects, but we need to go beyond and ensure that this cuts across the different countries. I think the other thing is in terms of joint advocacy. One, joint advocacy at country level, but also joint advocacy at the regional level. At country level, quite a number of us are already in this space. So how do we bring our voices through concerted efforts to actually push for agendas that, that will actually create an ecosystem for accessible and inclusive labor markets? At the regional level, and I think my colleague has just spoken into in terms of there are policies at the regional level. The implementation is something else. There is already, I think, spoken about the policy, the East African policy. So how do we come together, the different countries that have interest in terms of this, to actually come together as joint voices to actually push our governments, our member states, to work towards that. Something else is in terms of bringing on board the private sector, which has been spoken broadly about. So how do we have multi-country, cross-country private sector partnership? That we have, for example, value chains that can be able to be accessed by the different communities to be able to better their lives in terms of employment opportunities, livelihood aspects, bit of it. I think there are very good practices that we can learn across, and of course, ensuring that we actually push for an ecosystem that advocates and allows for that labor cross-country labor access and rights. I think the other bit of it is in terms of, and I think I've spoken into this, is placing the communities at the center of our programming. Refugee-led organization, community-based organization, the communities that we serve, they are the voices that, inform our programming. So how do we place them at the center of our programming? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Eliza. I think as soon as you mentioned cross borders, I wanted to come immediately to Jamin. And with your response to fresh, Jamin, what are some of the practical hindrances? What are some of the practical hindrances that we need to get rid of to strengthen this cross-country and cross-border collaboration? And here I mean things like shared data system, for example, maybe, and other such mechanisms. How do we strengthen these mechanisms?
You took that word from my mouth. Majority of the things have been spoken, so I'll only speak about two things. One is, many times when you speak about fragmentation, some of us who operate in this space, we think it is them and not us. But I think this is one of the issues where we are bound to look inwards. Look inwards in terms of if we are in the NGO space, look inwards if we are in government, look inwards if we are donors. All of us are guilty as charged. And so I think shared data systems is actually one of the things we need to begin working on. Every so often, we are doing various assessments. Everybody is doing their own assessment. Everybody is setting their own indicators. And so we are in a competition mode and not a collaborative mode. And so if we are going to have then shared data systems, it can be at country level. I dare even say it can even be at field operation level. But then at the very regional level, the question is, are we having a data hub at IGAD or at the EAC? But the question again would be, how are we utilizing this particular information? For a long period of time, the organization I work for, Regional Durable Solutions Secretariat, we went into pains trying to find consensus in terms of what does durable solutions actually mean. And I think we see this all across when we speak about economic inclusion. And therefore, shared data systems are important at the very regional level, but the implementation of this is critical. All of us actors would need to be able to pick this. The second has been mentioned about strengthening regional platforms and peer learning areas across the counties, but also across the countries. I would not say our regions are the same, but when we look at the various drivers of displacement and the levels of response and the agriculture-fed economies that we have, they have some levels of similarities. And therefore, this peer learning can then be useful for us, including our governance structure. Though we have difference in terms of names, others call them counties, others will call them municipalities, others will call them regional governments. It's almost the same, and we need them to be able to see how do we strengthen these platforms and peer learning. But then lastly is about can we move towards multi-country financing instruments? Can the donors on board see the value? I'm a biggest proponent of the prevention aspect than the response. If we look at the driving factors of displacement, the driving factors of economic inequality, whether it is climate change and war, if we are going then to have multi-country funding, then we will be having funding addressing the root causes, preventing displacement. Then we have funding that are actually providing response to people that have then been displaced. And in such a way, then we are collaborating to end the displacement question in this particular region. But just as our fragmentation goes, refugee response is completely distanced from refugee protection. When we speak about at the IGAD level and even at the AU level about peace processes and persons responding to refugees, all these are completely, they operate as if they are two distinct things, but then they are interrelated. And this goes even to the levels of implementation, that the partner at the camp level supporting economic inclusion does not know what is it that the other particular partner who is dealing with other aspects of protection that lead into this is actually doing. So that level of coordination and collaboration in prevention and response is critical.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Amin. Excellent, as always. But I want to I'll admit this is a bit of a selfish question because as research coordinator of an academic institution myself, something that Professor Rutinwa you can speak to is the academic gaps that exist that hinders collaboration. Here I'm asking for very specific things that academia. So think of it as you're telling me, you guys should look into doing this. If you were to give me that piece of advice, what exactly would it be?
Probably I won't be so specific about what areas you should be researching on, but what I would say is that to start with, we should do a gaps analysis. What are the areas where there is still need for data to be able to inform policy and effective practice? And in this regard, probably this could be my last chance. I'd like to make 3 appeals. First of all, we should promote and support refugee research centers and programs within our countries and appreciate that they are critical actors in refugee protection systems. Secondly, all of us who are here, we should set aside resources to support academic work, training, and research in these institutions. If we who are in academia, you write a proposal, you take it to a donor for research, what they ask you immediately is what will be the impact and how shall we measure it? Now in academia, impact is diffused. You may not see it immediately, but the lack thereof of data actually costs you more because every time you need something, you have to hire a consultant who is paid $1,000 a day and you actually pay more than giving me some money for one PhD research, who can generate all that data at very, very effective cost. And lastly, let's utilize academicians we have in our institutions. If we don't, they will go away, they go to other fields, or even go outside the country, and thereby we shall have lost. If we do that, but for your question, is start with gaps analysis. Where are the gaps? Especially with regard to refugee inclusion and self-reliance, where I see there are a lot more gaps than perhaps any other area in refugee protection.
Mr. Kiprop, you want
Yeah, I have something. Yeah, I remember I spoke about maybe the challenges, opportunities. I wanted to talk about something which I forgot to say about the collaboration, especially on issues of the refugees. Yeah, as a government, we have collaborated with several partners to ensure that refugees' well-being are addressed. Among those partners includes the WFP, we have ILO, we have UNHCR, we have also even RCK who host the host of this workshop, and I think they have currently there is an active MOU between the Directorate of Social Development and RCK on specifically the issues of the refugees, or specifically on capacity building, that is the training of refugees before the registration. They usually assist the refugees in registration of refugee groups, and also on issues of licenses with the county governments. There's one key area where the government has come up to assist the refugees, especially on the database of the refugees. That is the enhanced single registry, which was done this year across the country in all the refugee camps, where we were collecting the data for all the refugees, purposely for planning to be used by different agencies, different partners, and government departments for purposes of planning for refugees. We've also have a partnership with the banks, especially for those groups whom we register so that they can open accounts for the refugee groups, and they can take them through financial literacy. We've also partnered with KRA so that they can give the right documentation, especially on KRA pins, because refugees cannot open accounts without a KRA pin. Even if we give them the certificate, there is a KRA pin for the certificate also, apart from the individual KRA. You find that all these is geared towards improving the well-being of the refugees. That is part which I had forgotten to address.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kiprop. We only have time. If I could just ask one more. I'm so sorry. If I can just ask one quick question to Lillian, and unfortunately we only have a little bit of time left. So, and it's unfortunate because this is a very intricate question, because working with governments is itself an intricate task. But perhaps in your experience, there are a few lessons that you've learned with, trying to enhance collaboration between governments and other entities. What are some of those lessons, of course, within the context of access to labor markets for refugees? So if you could just walk us through some of the lessons. I know I'm putting you on the spot because we don't have a lot of time, but yeah, thank you so much.
Lessons learned in terms of engaging with government on access to labor markets is that, number one, appreciate the needs of the government that you're engaging with. For instance, like appreciating the needs of the Kenyan government, because I work with the Netherlands Embassy here in Kenya. What are the current gaps and concerns that Kenya has? For one, it would be that very many youths who are Kenyans are actually unemployed. And here you are, we have around 860,000 refugees. So what does conversation look like? It must be a win-win for it to be a successful conversation or advocacy discussion with the government. So that means addressing the needs that the Kenyan government has and ensuring that whatever programming that you're going to see, it will benefit, and they see some benefit in it. I'll use an example, for instance, that Professor has talked about in terms of the gaps. The Federation of Kenya Employers usually does research on what the gaps are in terms of the market access. Probably an easy pitch would be to show that refugees can't contribute because employers are struggling to fill certain vacancies within their organizations. So marketing to see that this gap can be filled by this need that is, because if there's a win-win, there's highly success. And another thing I could say in terms of advocacy with government is showing that it's not really going to be detrimental to any part of the society, because then the Kenyan government or whatever government that is hosting refugees and you have discussions on access to labor market is that you're not going to distort it. I liked what Mr. Anthony was talking about in terms of engagement with the private sector, the banks, because access to labor market means you're putting people out there to work and earn an income. But most of the programming within the refugee space has mostly been on grants, which distort the labor market. So again, assuring that this labor market will not be distorted. The money that you're providing within the labor market for refugees will also benefit the host community, because that's also a big conversation that is there when you're talking about increasing the self-reliance of refugees, but then what happens to the self-reliance of the host community? So that discussion needs to also come front and center if you want good success rate of your programming when you're engaging with government.
Thank you so much. And you've saved me from hot water there by keeping good time. Thank you so much, Lillian. It's usually my job to try and summarize what has been said in the panel, but because of how much has been said, it's a very difficult task to do and with very little time. But I think everyone on this panel has spoken to very, very important things that are contextually relevant to this forum and the things that are being discussed over the last 24 and the next few hours. I just want to take the time to once again thank each and everyone on this stage, and I think they deserve the heartiest round of applause. They really do. And nice. Okay, I've just been signaled that we do have time for a couple of questions, and so okay. We will start with the gentleman at the in the blue suit and the white shirt, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Pius Sojara, Makerere University. Professor, mine goes to you. I was struck by that statement that Tanzanians' interest is now only on repatriation of refugees. So, based on what you know and the history of Tanzania, what does the evidence say about how political interests in Tanzania, economic considerations, security concerns, and historical narratives have shaped the way refugees are talked about in Tanzania, governed, and now excluded from any social and economic engagement and considerations? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very big question. I will be very brief, but you and I can discuss outside this forum. I was talking about a specific case of Burundian refugees and linking it with the need for data. Just a few months ago, actually it was in May, UNHCR and the government decided we needed to do an intention survey to find out what kind of solutions and the Burundians in Tanzania need. I think this work was done over a span of 2 months. Very few households surveyed, and then they came with the conclusions. That's the best solution is repatriation. In my view, if they had done a much more thorough and detailed study, which requires more time, they have probably would have come up with the evidence which may or may not have led to just a single solution strategy. I was using this as an example of the need for concerted and ongoing research to be able to inform policy. With regard to the policy shift in Tanzania, if any, please let us discuss.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. One of them is is based on professor's discussion on Tanzania policies, and it actually confirms your presentation yesterday, saying that we have some regressive policies and fragile gains in Tanzania. My question is, what can East African governments and non-government actors do to reverse these regressive policies in addressing the plight of refugees, especially in the context of Tanzania and in the spirit of collaboration, regional collaboration? My second question is, I think I'll direct it to the representative from Reds. We are talking about access to labor markets, but I'm not really hearing a discussion about the competitive edge between the refugees and the locals, given that we have a population of around 700,000 in Kakuma, the context of Kakuma and Dadaab, and vis-a-vis the qualifications of these refugees, especially the youth, and then comparing that to the Kenyan graduates who are also facing widespread unemployment in the country. So how do you compare the competitive edge between the refugees and also the locals? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Zain, you need to protect me. I feel I'm being persecuted. Okay, regressive policies. The answer I'll give you is partial, but it's part of the picture. One of the reasons we are getting regressive policies is because we have not had adequate engagement with the government of Tanzania compared to the past. There was a time we used to have a national policy dialogue on refugees every year, and we would host a regional policy dialogue every year. Douglas, you came to several of those meetings. Today, nothing of that nature is taking place. Why? Because funding is so little. These areas are considered not a priority, and as a consequence, we are where we are. The other reasons for the policy in Tanzania, you too, you can come. Everyone wants to come and engage me about Tanzania, you are welcome. I am not representing the government, fortunately. I'm just representing the academia, and our role is to speak the truth, not to do deals with truth.
Yeah, Jeremy, you can go ahead.
Thank you. The question, and this question always comes up about refugees and host community. And my take has always been economic inclusion is it's a policy question. Ignore the macroeconomic excuses that come with it. And therefore that tells you it's also then a political question. And so it's bound, and the prof easily pointed it out. It's going to get the majority of opposition from government and various quarters. But if I contextualize this in the Kenyan setup, the reason we speak about the competitive edge of refugees and host communities is mainly because of our incumbent policy. The opportunities that exist in Turkana and in Dadaab are very limited. And therefore, the refugees outweigh the number of host communities. And therefore, if they are going to participate in the economic activities of the host communities, then they will edge away the host communities from any economic aspect. And so the solutions to this is we open up, we move away from the incumbent policy. If we are going to have 800,000 people merged across this particular country of 50 million people, we will not even feel the effect. That's one. The second thing is the level of unemployment in this country, yes, it's high. Majority of the refugees are looking for opportunities to run their own enterprise. There is evidence of refugees creating employment not only for themselves, but also for Kenyans. So they run their business enterprise, they have included and employed many people. And I think one of the pieces of information that we need to be able to churn out there in terms of the impact of economic inclusion is the level of employment opportunities that they are able to create even for Kenyans and the innovative aspect that the refugees definitely have. And so I think we need to easily move away from that particular aspect of then refugees taking over opportunities, not only in Kenya, but also in the regional level. You'll be surprised that when you look at more than 85% of the refugees that we have are actually members of the East African communities in Kenya. So if we are going to work on the free mobility within the East African countries, then we're simply saying everybody is free then to move around and work in each of the places that we are having. And so this particular question of labor mobility, everyone thought that when we had the FTCT, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the freedom of movement, then some of these particular boundaries in relation to labor mobility then will cease to exist. And we are looking for when that will be. But as I began by saying, it's a political question, and therefore the more we engage with policymakers on the value add of economic inclusion, the better.
Yeah. One more. Okay. Okay. One more gentleman and one more lady.
Okay. Thank you. My question, I have two questions. My first question goes to the SDO from Kakuma West. On September 19th, 2023, Kenya government has released a gazettement on legislative supplement number 38, and I'm going to quote. The Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration declares the following document is as refugees identification documents for purpose of acquiring services provided by the government of Kenya. Number 1, asylum seekers pass, proof of registration, movement pass, and also the refugee alien card. So my question is, if the government have released that gazettement, why is it an issue, the refugees initiatives? Okay, those refugees who have no refugee alien cards cannot, but they have proof of registration, cannot register their initiatives. That's the question. And my second question goes to the representative from Netherlands. Thank you. I'm a beneficiary of a certain project that you have implemented in the DAP, particularly for refugee camp through KEFRI. That was Prosopis Julivalora Management and Control in a decent jobs, creation of a decent jobs. And there are quite a number of activities that have been carried out there through KEFRI. Now my question is, since the refugees complied the new act and come up with the initiatives like a formation of CPOs, do you have a plan as an embassy? Do you have a plan to engage refugees initiatives or CPOs in simply? Thank you.
So before you respond, maybe let's just pick the last question and then you can wrap up saying.
Thanks. I'm Furaha Josephine from Westlands. Now, I can speak in Kiswahili because we have some refugees who they don't know Kiswahili, nini English. Na question yangu iko kwa SDO from Kakuma. So nilikuwa napenda kujua because nimesikia amesema kwamba wanafanya registration na hiyo registration hizo CBOs zote zenye ziko huko wengi sana wamerejestiwa, but kitu ya kushangaza, we have some refugees from Kakuma wenye wanakuja kufanya registration hapa Nairobi, na hatujui sababu ni nini. Ni because of zinachelewa ama haje? hata hizo pesa zenye wanatumia kutoka from Kakuma kukuja kuregistiwa hapa, I think ni pesa zenye zinaweza kuwasaidia kwa organization zao. That is my first question. And the second question is, kuna wale refugees wenye wako Kakuma na they don't know English, they speak Kiswahili and French, na ni watu wenye wamesoma kabisa na wako na CBO zao, na hizo CBO haziko registered because of the barrier of languages. Hawajui Kiingereza, ni French ndo wanazungumza. Munafanyaje juu ya kuwaregister ama kuwasaidia? Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think Lillian, you can start, and then Mr. Kiprop can just finish up.
Thank you for your question, and it was nice to hear that you're a beneficiary of the Carefree program that we have under what we have under the Netherlands government known as Prospects, which is funding to 8 countries globally and 4 in Africa, and Kenya is one of them. I'm happy to hear that. What Prospects seeks to do, just for the benefit of everyone in the room, is to support humanitarian and development approaches within the refugee response. So our actors there include ILO, and ILO are doing this one with Carefree. We have UNHCR who are doing humanitarian, including UNICEF, who are also doing humanitarian. And for development approaches, we have World Bank and the International Finance Corporation. The reason I'm listing that is to also show that the Netherlands government is intentional about having a market-based approach also when you're talking about access to labor market, including the humanitarian needs within the refugee space in Kenya. Will we continue to support engagements, especially by the refugees? Yes. One of the things that I can say is, for instance, like IFC, which is the International Finance Corporation, is the private sector part of the World Bank, and they've really been instrumental in supporting private sector investment within refugee spaces. One of the things that they've been able to do, for instance, is the Kakuma Kalubei Challenge Fund that has supported around 124 businesses within Kakuma, and a good number of those businesses are refugee initiatives. So you see, we continue to support refugee initiatives under this. Other things that we're able to do, is including like in Garissa and in Dadaab, is supporting the camel value chain. I think this is also done by ILO. And within the Kakuma and Kalobey area, including Turkana, we have the Lake Turkana fish value chain, where refugees are also able to benefit from the fish that is taken from Lake Turkana, and they sell it and they become self-reliant. So this is something that we're committed to support businesses run by host community, but also initiatives run by refugees regarding the different markets that they operate in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me answer around 3 questions. I can start from the question from Madam from here. He asked 2 questions. The first question was, registration happens in Kakuma, and quite a number of refugee-led organizations have been registered. But you find that some groups or some individuals come to Nairobi to come and register CBOs. You've asked why are they coming to Nairobi? Now, how we do register groups as a government? As the Directorate of Social Development, we register groups specifically in the area of the county where they stay. So we don't register CBOs from Nairobi in Kakuma, or we register a CBO, I register a CBO from Karisa in Kakuma. We do register CBOs within specific boundaries. So we don't go beyond another county. So for those who have come to register in Nairobi, they might have seen there's an opportunity in Nairobi, and they have come to maybe a certain sub-county in Nairobi. They have met with that officer, and they have informed that officer that they are from within Nairobi. And that is the time they can be allowed to register. But if they say they are coming from Kakuma, they will be returned back to the SDO in Kakuma. So nobody is allowed to register across different sub-counties. You register within your sub-county. So if you are a refugee within Kakuma, you register with the SDO in Kakuma. Unless you've transferred your services to Nairobi and you are now a refugee living within Nairobi. The second one is about the language barrier. There are refugees who don't understand English or even Kiswahili. They understand French and they want to register. How do we usually register? Registration for refugees is a process. We don't register directly in our offices, like the host community. You know, the host community can come directly to the office, but we register them directly. But for refugees, it is a process. Refugees are residing in our country. We are embracing them through integration. But for us to understand them more, there are agencies within the refugee settlement or the refugee camps, like our partners, RCK, DRC, NRC, and the other partners. So before we register these groups, we go through the affiliate organizations like the RCK now. So the RCK understand more than we understand the refugees as a government. So when they come through an affiliate organization, we trust that affiliation between the refugees and the affiliated organization than to the government now. Because we might not be having the background of the refugees, but through the affiliate organization, we can understand more. And that's why they come through those affiliation. So the affiliate organization are what we call, I don't know whether they are TOTs or trainer of trainers. They are talking about, there are some people who usually do interpretation. Like if there is a group for South Sudanese or Somali in Kakuma, so they have their own TOT who understand that language. So when we go for their capacity building or training them so that we can register them, we will be using those trainer of trainers. There is a term they usually use. It is not a TOT, but similar to TOT. So those TOTs will interpret what we usually train them in English, because we might not be understanding French ourselves. But those TOTs can interpret what we are telling them. And even when they are doing the application and doing the other things, the TOTs are the ones who are assisting them to compile those documents whenever they have some challenges. So we don't have any problem, especially when it comes to language barrier. We have people who can assist us in breaking those barriers. On the Gazette notice on Gazetteman of September 19, 2023, there were several documents which were considered to be legally, which were supposed to be used legally by the refugees, including what my brother said, that we have legally recognized documents. Yes, we have, those documents are legally recognized, but they are used in different categories, in different sectors, so that refugees can get services. When you come to our office now, our major concern document is the refugee ID card. When you go to a certain office, maybe DRS, a travel document is a document which they are of their concern. So for us, as a government, we have a system, which is a seamless system, which is used especially to identify individuals, be it Kenyans, be it the refugees. For Kenyans, it is the national ID, which the national ID number is unique across all other identity cards. So for refugees also, for us to recognize them, we usually use the refugee ID card. That is why I talked about what we call IPRS system. We have an integrated population system which recognizes you. When we key in that ID number of the refugee, your name will pop up. So it means you are legally registered by the government through DRS, especially for those who are getting refugee IDs. Before, we used to be having an expired ID for the refugees after a certain duration of time, maybe 5 years, and it's still in existence. And even for the nationals, Kenyan nationals now, we have an expiry date for the IDs. So for refugees, when your ID expires, you are given another refugee ID number. We terminated that thing because it was not, we were having some duplicates of refugee ID cards, especially the numbers. So the DRS were able to rectify that issue, and now when you are given an ID number, that number, even if your ID expired, when you get what we call a duplicate, you will still retain your ID number. So we usually use refugee ID card purposely for our services. But those other documents are legally recognized in different sectors of, or different departments for services to be given to refugees. Thank you.
Yeah, that brings the session to a close. Just one more time, thank you all. Thank you so, so much. And I think we can give them one more round of applause as they then.
Thank you so much. I think the panelists will just request maybe for group photo as well as still on stage. I'm advised now, of course, for the health break, we will have 20 minutes. I think for the new participants today, we will be guided by the other colleagues. We'll still have the health break at the Strathmore Business School. That is the cafeteria on this far right. And then we'll be able to come back at 11:35 so that we can be able to take the next session. So for the panelists, kaini hapa, and then for the participants, karibuni kwa samosa. Thank you.
In the interest of time, allow me to chase you for break. I'm using chase deliberately. Allow me to chase you out for break. We still aim to finish by 1:30. So let's proceed for break so that we are back here as soon as possible. We'll be starting at exactly 11:40. I'm waiting for the beautiful people on this road to feel hungry and stand. I'll be here until everyone has gone for break, in the interest of time. I'm waiting for the beautiful people on this side to stand. Let's all proceed for break. Let's all proceed for break.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm still trying to get this checked and then we can start. So as we wait for that to get checked, there's an interesting coordination game that I want us to play. So let's stand up. Let's all stand up. I'm looking at my friend from Uganda, Pius, to wait for him to stand. Let's all stand up. So look at me. So with our right hand, this is 1. Let's go with our right hand, 1. And then this is 2. And then this is 3. So we'll count up to 6. So this is 4 again. This is 5. And then this is 6. So please help me count so that I don't. I saw all of you taking it, so I'm sure all of you are full, at least up to lunchtime. So let's all count 1 with our right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm waiting for you to say 1 with me. Let's go on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now this is about to get interesting. So the left hand, this is 1. Let's go 1. 1. This is 2. 2 is here. 3 is here. 4 is here. 5 is here again, and then 6 is here. So for the sake of ensuring that everyone has gotten, Daniel here will show us 1 to 6 with our right hand. And then Ms. Livota will show us 1 to 6 with the left hand, so that we can now start doing it together. So come join me here. Come join me here. Join me on my right so that you can show us our right. You can join me on the left. And you can show us, you can count for us 1 to 6 with your right hand. Okay. Yes, the right hand.
So 1.
Now we move to the left hand, our left hand. Let's go, you can lead us.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, take the left hand.
3.
Let's start again from 1. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And now, because we are very good people who understand English and Kiswahili and we can control, Professor here, Rutinwa, will get us how to do it with both our hands. So, Professor, welcome. Professor, welcome. Professor, there's a very good photo I want to take with you next to me. So, welcome. The cameraman is ready, Professor. So Professor has requested that because the person behind her is looking at us so much, the person behind her from EAC will help us. So Madam Mary, you can join us here, and then we'll show you. But I'll help you. So we'll all help us. So let's confirm to her that we know what we are doing. So let's go 1. We're doing with both our hands. You remember the right one and the left one. So I'll help you. So let's go 1. 1, 2. Please don't look at me. Also, don't know what I'm doing. We are all looking at her. So we are looking at you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Let's clap for all of us. So thank you. Thank you for that very wonderful. I hope you are now ready to engage in the next couple of hours. So I'm waiting for us to be quiet. Yes, we are quiet now. So the next 2 hours, the first hour is dependent on me when I complete.
then the next hour is dependent on you. So you could make that 8 hours or 1 hour or 30 minutes, depending on how angry we feel by that time, but also depending on the contributions you're making. So in the first hour, we'll be looking at the World Cafe. And then in the second hour, we will be looking at the action planning, just collecting the different recommendations, the different issues we've come up across in the last couple of days. So for this session, we wanted to different stations, but in the interest of time, all of that will be done here in plenary as short presentations by the presenters, and then after that we'll have time to so all the 5 stations will each have a host, but then instead of us going to the different hosts, the host will come here to present whatever they should have presented in the different groups for 10 minutes, for 8 to 10 minutes, and then we'll get an opportunity to also interrogate them and also ask their questions for like 2 minutes, and then afterwards we'll look at what is common across all the different presentations we've come across, the common issues that are arising, and then also the common challenges, and also the common gaps, and how collaboratively we can work together to find solutions. And then that will build into the second session, which is action planning, where we'll be looking at all the different recommendations that have come into place, so that you can also look at which actors are involved in ensuring that these recommendations are actually carried out, so that whatever we've said or whatever comes up from today just doesn't become another expensive PDF. So policies that are not implemented are just expensive PDFs, yeah, because you still have to take parliamentarians for retreats, you still have to do public participation that costs money. But if you are never implement it, all that money doesn't count. So for all the station people that will be joining us, for all the station hosts that will be joining us here, they'll each be telling us about some impactful innovation the organization has implemented and some specific challenges they are addressing. They'll also be looking at some of the success factors and remaining gaps, and then also how they are measuring the success, the lessons they are learning, the impact they are seeing, and then also they shall also be telling us how we can adapt and scale all these things across our different contexts, both in the urban settings, the camp settings. And for this particular period, we'll have 4 stations. We have the Forced Migration and Displacement Research Hub that will be coming first, led by Zain. And then Dr. Pius will be coming in with the Refugee Law Project, and then Mercy with Inkomoko. And then there's a mistake in the typing. We shall be having Luna coming in with also the RLO, the urban RLO from Mombasa. So they shall answer different thematic questions based on their area, and then we shall have time to also interrogate further. So without further ado, allow me to welcome the first presenter, Zain. Thank you.
Hi again, everyone. I know you've seen me now for the 3rd time, but I'm still very grateful to be here. I'm representing the Forced Migration and Displacement Research Hub at Strathmore University. For them, I'm the research coordinator at the FMDRH, and I think before I begin, I need to tell you a little bit about what we do and what our mandate is. The FMDRH is an academic research institution hosted at Strathmore University. with the main goal of bringing academia into the space of refugee law and the forced migration and displacement area, in which, as everyone knows, there are a lot of crises currently happening. The FMDRH does academic research. In that regard, we are happy to have published about 3 papers in journal articles. Some of them are upcoming. We do things like policy briefs, policy analysis, but everything that we do is evidence-based. We're not, another preliminary point of importance is that we're not very old. We are only a year and 1 month old today. But in that short amount of time, I think, in my opinion, we have done a lot that is worth talking about and that is worth discussing, because I think there's an opportunity and a challenge here. Of course, when you're new, there's always a question of whether you'll survive the test of time. And there's always an opportunity to be advised by perhaps those who have trodden that path before us. So that is the Forced Migration Displacement Research Hub. And now I will speak briefly. I think I have 10 minutes. I have 9 more minutes now. I'll go through the 4 questions very quickly. The first was the most impactful innovation or best practice implemented by FMDRH to support refugee economic inclusion. I think there are a few things that come to mind, but perhaps the most innovative and the most novel was our inaugural Chaloka Biani International Refugee Law Moot Court competition. I can see many familiar faces around the room. Gideon, Professor Rutinwa, Charlene. The moot court competition was an innovation in and of itself, because it was, in some sense, the first of its kind. It was focused entirely on not just refugee law, but specifically on the right to work. And the innovative aspect comes in the sense that there was, does everyone know what a moot court competition is? Yeah, moot court. Essentially, we had students from 3 countries come in and argue a fictitious case on the right to work. So there was that element of the moot, which is, of course, the most important. It's what makes it the moot. But then there was also the element of research pieces, so the production of research pieces. So we had 11 teams come in, and so we got the chance to have 11 teams write academically about a particular topic based on 6 different prompts, all of them touching contextually, indirectly or directly, to the right to work. But then as well, we had awesome keynotes. Our keynote speaker was Professor Rutinwa, in fact, who gave the inaugural lecture as well. And then we had panel discussions and a closing dinner. And so why does that matter? I think foremost amongst the reasons why it matters is the legal academic space in Kenya and in Africa really has been failed by one particular thing, which is that refugee law as a unit is not a core course within the CLE Act. And so everyone in this room who is a lawyer or is in law school is never going to interact with refugee law unless, you know, by some divine intervention, they have some interest in the area. So the moot court competition came to bridge that particular gap. And we said that perhaps if we get students interested in refugee law from the law school, from law school, then perhaps they might go into the world thinking about refugee law in a more impactful way. Professor Rutinwa mentioned the fact that we have uninformed policymakers making policy on refugee law. A majority of policymakers, or I'll say a substantial amount of policymakers, come from the legal fraternity. And so if you can teach them, let's say we had 40 students come in, and they were all in some way deeply concerned with refugee law because of this moot court competition. Then we might have people who go into the real world thinking about refugee law because they did this moot. Maybe they'll write a dissertation on it, maybe they'll write an academic paper on it. And I guess one thing that they will not forget is a refugee law that they learned from this moot court competition. So if person X did the inaugural Chaloka Biani International Refugee Law moot court, and tomorrow he's sitting in parliament, he is very likely going to be thinking about the things that he learned in this very room in some cases. And so, in my opinion, that is the most impactful innovation that we've had in the short 1 year that we've been around. One thing about the particular moot court competition that's difficult to say is the impact that it has had in the immediate, at least immediately to affect refugee lives. I cannot tell you that it has made X amount of impact. I cannot do that. But what I can tell you is that we're very hopeful that with every edition of the moot court competition that's to come, there will be small steps being taken towards a greater good. And that is something that I think you can guarantee. And at least personally, I have all the intention of making sort of a 5-year and 10-year report of the particular impact that refugee law has made. I mean, the moot court has made in sort of making an impact on refugee lives. The second question is key factors or partnerships that made the innovation successful. When you're talking about factors, I'll talk about one factor and key partnerships. The first factor is willingness. And this is something I'll speak to as well briefly at the end, which is, I think, in the space that we currently occupy, the biggest dearth, in my opinion, is willingness. I think in a country like Kenya, which is economically blessed, whose population is blessed, you know, if we have the willingness to want to do something, I think there's very few things that can stop us from doing that thing. And so, in my opinion, what made the innovation successful was the willingness to want to do it. And this is not a superficial point. I think it's very substantial to really hone in on the willingness to want to do it. In our case, it was our director, Alan Mukuki, about whom some of you may know, who said in November last year that we want to do this, and it came to be. And so I think that is the biggest factor in what made the innovation a success. In terms of partnerships, we're super grateful. We had 6 different partners who made the moot a success. Of course, they had huge impacts in, you know, travel, logistics, and, you know, giving us grants to be able to bring the teams from abroad into Kenya. And so we're super grateful about that. But more importantly, I think, in my opinion, is it showed the sense of unity amongst various institutions to want to do something and then achieve it. And I think it's an exemplification of how far collaboration can go into making innovations in the refugee space. The third question is, how do we know the approach is working? I think I touched on this, and the fact of the matter is, at this point, I cannot tell you that it has worked or it is working. All I can tell you is that we have hope that it has worked, because if you look at our exit surveys, a lot of people said that this was their first time interacting with refugee law, and I think that in itself is a win. So we got people to interact with refugee law for the first time. That's a huge win. A second impact that is born out of the competition is that we had 11 people write academically about refugee law. And this matters because anyone working in the academic space across the continent really knows that there's a dearth of scholarship in various areas, especially in refugee law. And when you're talking about Africanizing the academic content within the continent, this is a great first step, because we've had 11 pieces come out of Africa. And so this is Africanizing the body of knowledge that exists in the region, and I think that's huge. A third impact, of course, is people who will then go ahead and pursue refugee law in some sense. That's a third impact. And I'm in a very difficult position, because the only way that we will know that we've had a lot of impact is maybe 10 or 20 years from now. But I don't think that should stop us from taking this first step, because it's often the projects that make impact long term that tend to be the most important. And so I will hold on to this question, and maybe in the EA East Africa Forum 2035, we'll revisit this question, and I'll be able to give you a more substantive response. The fourth is adaptation or scaling of this innovation across Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and requirements to do so. So there's currently plans to have an EAC version of this moot, which would be huge. And so if you're a donor in the room right now, you know, if you can get the checkbooks ready, we will be in touch to have an EAC version of this moot court competition because it's very scalable. Strathmore University is blessed with the space to host all of these people for an exciting, longer edition of the next edition of the moot court competition, which is going to be named after Professor Rutinwa, who was in the room. So yeah, definitely scalability. The requirements to do so, money and willingness, but willingness first. The fifth question is legal or policy innovation from FMDRH's work with strongest impact on refugee mobility or access to work. I'll park the moot court competition aside for 1 minute, but we do a lot more than that. Of course, we have our policy briefs that are available online. Does anyone follow the FMDRH LinkedIn page? Literally no one, okay. This is your chance to go on LinkedIn and follow us on LinkedIn because we post quite a bit of content on there. Especially if you're outside of the legal space and you know you've heard about the EGAD policy, but you notice it's 70 pages and you want a 6-page version of what it says, we have a brief on that. The Shirika plan, we have one on that. The Nairobi strategy, we have one on that, and we have so many more such policy briefs. And I think that is important because, as one of the questions in the panels was, you know, some people just don't know about the policy and the legal framework in Kenya. And anything you do to tell people about the policy or legal framework in Kenya makes a difference. And I think that is where we shine very strongly. Another example are the bunch of studies that we've done. Most impactful, in my opinion, was the cost of doing business in Garissa that we did incidentally with RCK, which is, we literally told the Garissa County government exactly where in their finance acts and financial landscape they are hindering refugees' ability to not only access labor, but have economic livelihoods. And so we did a huge study, I think so we did trend analyses, and we showed exactly how much more expensive it's getting to do business if you're a refugee in Garissa County. And essentially it's a roadmap on how to, well, really fix that going forward. But as yet we haven't had perhaps any contact from the government or any, but I'm hopeful because it's only 6 months old. The last question is biggest gap between policy and practice and a practical step to close the gap. That was the most difficult question because in many of these conferences we talk about gaps very often and we talk about solutions to the gaps. But I've been in this space now for closing in on 5 years. I don't know if it's politically correct to say this, but the gaps that have existed for 5 years ago continue to exist today. And I'm at a loss for words to explain why this is the case, except I keep coming back to one conclusion, which is that maybe we don't want to make enough of a difference. Maybe we don't want it enough, or, you know, it could be that it's just extremely, really difficult. But I think I still have to think about it more deeply. So a practical step to close that gap, I think, starts from a formative level, from an institutional level. I think our educational institutions need to do better to bring the issue to light. I think we start too late to tell them that, you know, refugees exist and they go through all of these problems. We live in a continent with the most protracted refugee crises in the world, and yet we don't teach students coming out of university about the issue. And then we're talking about how we need African solutions to the problems, and yet African students don't even know that a problem exists. And so there's that huge disconnect. And so I think one of the things that we need to do and we must do is introduce courses on refugee studies at the university level. I would say that's a good first start, and yeah, I think there'll be other practical solutions that will come from sort of other institutions that have more of a hands-on with refugees in sort of the. I'm not unaware of the fact that a lot of what we do is perceived as far removed from refugee lives. Of course, that is something I detest and disagree with, but I think I'll leave. I also think I'm 5 minutes overboard. So, Philo, you can advise me on what to do next.
So you'll have 2 minutes for questions, and probably my first question as I get someone to pass the mic around. Any questions from the room? We'll just take 2 for him. Any questions for him? Okay, so as the microphone is getting to him, so probably how can we upscale, and what could be the role of partners in ensuring that for the subsequent moods, because it's my belief that this wasn't, the word inaugural means there's more upcoming ones. So what partnerships are required, or what actions are required to make sure that we're able to scale up this impact of the mood? Thank you.
Can I just ask a follow-up, like a clarification? What do you mean by what kinds of partnerships?
What partnerships, basically? What partnerships, or which partners are you looking at? What exists in the, what partnerships, which donors are you looking at probably, or how can the different stakeholders come in to support you in terms of scaling up the impact you're already seeing with the mood?
I guess we're not picky. We're willing to work with anyone who's like-minded, who shares our vision, who understands the importance of the initiative. Yeah, I don't think there's a particular type, maybe like what sector of the refugee market they might work in. We're not picky about any of that. We just want people who are like-minded, who understand the vision, who believe in the vision, and who believe in the initiative. Does that answer the question? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Caleb Ngala from a community-based organization advocating for the rights of refugees in urban area. It's called Light of Hope Away from Home, a registered community-based organization. My question is, research without data, sometimes it becomes just a useless document. And also data without research is another useless document. It cannot help. But as a student, we rely on you to give us an adequate data that can help us as CSOs to continue lobbying for maybe some rights and even budget for our brothers from the refugees community. So what are you doing in terms of having an evidence-based data? We don't want a data that is being cooked from maybe a certain boardroom or a certain hotel. Then if we try to lobby for maybe some rights with those kind of data, then we are being told these data cannot stand in terms of engaging with other like-minded partners. Thank you.
So mine is more of like we are in a world right now shifting of power when it's come to international organizations or local to the community-based organization. Is it something you guys can be interested to do more research on, like what does it mean, like shifting power from the international organization to the community-based organization? And I know it's not easy for NGOs to shift power easily, since if someone was working in a camp, in refugee camp or somewhere for like more than 20 years, and then out of nowhere there's refugee-led organizations who are also fighting for the same resources and all that. And we all the time we say like, yes, we need localization, but then the main question is like, are there willingness for people to shift power, to give the people on the ground so that they can be able to come up with their own solutions? So is that something, this question is also for all the partners who are here, it's not only for you, but that can be like something we can all think about it. Thank you.
Just so I got the questions clearly, I'll repeat them before I answer them. So the first is, we need data and evidence, and what are we doing to make sure that there is evidence-based data, correct? Yeah, okay. So when I was introducing the FMDRH, I used the term we're an evidence-based, so we produce evidence-based research, and that's entirely what academic research is. So, like I said, FMDRH is 1 year old, but in this 1 year, we have done a bunch of studies that have required going physically on the ground to collect data. One example that springs to mind is our study on HLP rights. We've done HLP rights in both Dadaab and Kakuma. So the methodology for doing so was physically asking people who are in those regions exactly what their experience is with, by the way, HOP rights are housing, land, and property rights. So we went and conducted interviews and focus group discussions to hear exactly what people are saying. So that's obviously one method of, I mean, it's clear evidence of our findings, which was the HLP rights regime on paper and on the ground seems to be lacking in XYZ ways. The way we could come to the conclusion that it's lacking in XYZ ways was because we asked refugees in the region exactly what they were going through. I think, so such data is then made available to the public, and then the data can be used to lobby for XYZ things. I think going forward, we do need a lot more quantitative studies. We need to do a lot more studies about numbers. We don't have enough of such studies across the region. It's always my plea to sort of the donors who are in the room and the institutions who are willing to partner with other academic institutions to conduct studies that are quantitative, so we get numbers, because that can then inform future policy, and without it, we won't have informed policy decisions. I hope that answers your question. Okay, good. The next question was about, yeah, it wasn't really a question, it was more of like a comment and something to think about. I completely agree. I think we do need to find ways to take power into local institutions. And we need to do it in, yeah, we must do it in a way that is authoritative, because these are issues that we are facing. And so we shouldn't feel like we are side characters in this issue, but we need to, you know, develop, as the kids say, the main character syndrome to, no one got that, okay. Yeah, so we do need to be able to shift the power back to on our hands. Yeah, I agree with you. I think, I don't know how to do that yet, but I think it certainly should be done. Especially right now when we are witnessing sort of funding cuts from across the globe. Yeah, if we had the power in our hands, then we would have more control over solutions to that problem. So yeah, if you're a donor in the room or in generally institutions, I think that's something to think about very deeply.
Thank you. Let's clap for Zain once more. The next presenter is Daktari Pius. He's from the Refugee Law Project in Uganda. He'll, on top of also telling us the innovations from Uganda in terms of integration, he'll also be telling us some of the community-driven solutions that are coming up from Uganda, and also how the Refugee Law Project is supporting in terms of ensuring refugee self-reliance within Uganda. Thank you. You have the next 8 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Pius Sojara, the Director of Refugee Law Project, and I will be speaking to what Refugee Law Project does, and then in respect to that, in 2 questions. Did I bring the right one? I forgot the right questions on my desk. Wait. No, I have it. Where is Philip? Philip? I think I don't have the right. There are 2 sets of questions I needed to respond to. While we wait for that, where's Philip? Anyway, I will respond in terms of the best practices and innovative program from Uganda. One of the things I talked about yesterday was the English for Adult. That is one of the new innovation. Thank you, Philip. That's one of the new innovation we have in Uganda, because we see that as really the entry point into the social, economic, and environmental context of Uganda. We have this developed curriculum. It has been going for over what, 20 years? Would you say that? Yeah. So that is innovative, and that people really find very, very instructive. And then one of the other things we recognize is the amount of distress forced migrants have to bear with them, which has direct impact on their mental and psychosocial well-being. So we precede all our interventions with mental health and psychosocial interventions. That's our primary entry point. Whether we are going to do English for adult, whether we are going to do livelihoods, whether we are going to do peace building, we start with assessment of people in terms of whether they are positive for mental health, mental distress. So for us, that is very important approach. And then we also form support groups. We tend to work with the host communities as well as the displaced people through support groups that we support. We also train them for self-reliance. We also train them basic life skills. And that is our entry point, that we have a community-based mental health and psychosocial support, because that is then sustainable. And then you have regular visits to these support groups to see how they're doing, what dilemmas are there, what innovations is being discussed. Because stress, trauma is recurrent. It can be triggered off by word, an event, even sight of somebody can trigger all of that. And then you need that space again to reprocess. So we think that making mental health and psychosocial well-being an essential component of all intervention has helped to enhance self-reliance. And then many people, forced migrants, also carry with them a lot of physical war harm injuries, a lot. So what the Refugee Law Project does is we have physical rehabilitation, physical repair and rehabilitation programs. We physically treat people in hospitals in terms of even hip replacement, erectile dysfunction, all sorts of physical harm, including harm from sexual violence in conflict. And we are probably the only institution in Uganda which is targeting men and boys who are survivors of war harm, especially sexual violence in conflict. We have a lot of cases coming up from Sudan a lot of cases from Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. And then we are also helping them form support groups. And what is also interesting is you begin to realize there's what we call primary survivors and secondary survivors. I can tell you for sure, the family members who have witnessed their brothers, their fathers, sexual abuse are as traumatized as their own, as the victims themselves. So you begin also to see the loss of that distinction of primary and secondary survivors. And often that is neglected. We have cases where spouses have left their partners. And then we have seen cases where we have had physical repair and rehabilitation take place, that people actually come back. They begin to belong to the community. Often they isolate themselves, especially the men, they would isolate themselves from the community, or the community also rejects them because their sense of being a man, the sense of masculinity is totally destroyed, and they can't cope with that in their community. So we think that is very important. There are so many survivors, but because this is not something talked about, these are really silent victims and silent survivors, and it's important to have their voices heard. We do organize a South-South Institute, which is really targeting stakeholders, survivors, especially men and boys of sexual violence and conflict. And there are policy implications, you know. One of the things we need to engage with the legal fraternity is a man cannot be raped. That's in the law book. It's a woman who can be raped. So you need to change the language around that as well, because in actual conflict, men are raped, boys are raped. And these are very difficult conversations in terms of trust. You have to build trust. So a lot of these people will come to us. We have had many Sudanese of recent coming, and as well as Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. So that, I think, is important, because then when people physically recover and rehabilitated, they can engage meaningfully in social and productive life, and they become increasingly more self-reliant. Some people, because they have been disabled, they can't walk, for example, they are not able to engage in any activity, they just sit. But when they are physically rehabilitated, they start now getting involved in little businesses and being part of some productive activities. We think that is good. And we also have a lot of cases, as I said. Of course, all this is accompanied by mental health and psychosocial accompaniment and counseling throughout. And then there are also a lot of conflict issues among, for example, the refugees and hosts. There are a lot of juvenile people committing crime, but they're young people. What do you do? And sometimes with the current reduction in funding, there is the way people cope is in unhealthy ways. They fight, they rob, they grab. So these incidences are also increasing, and what we do at Refugee Law Project is we work with the judiciary and we organize mobile courts. So we'll get the judges, we get the chief magistrate, we take them to the settlements. They stay there for a week. They bring their lawyers, we have our lawyers, and a lot of cases are then disposed of. Of course, you have to coordinate. We coordinate a lot with the Office of the Prime Minister, with the local magistrate courts, with the Kampala judicial centers, and so that we have a proper system in place. It's not cheap, but you are able to dispose of a lot of cases, and people then feel justice is done. And then also we are working with the judiciary and justice and law order actors to really scale up alternative dispute resolution, especially mediations, to try to mediate as much as possible. And normally the judges, the magistrates in the refugee settlement will refer to mediation. So we have a number of our lawyers have been trained by the judiciary in alternative dispute resolution. All that is really to improve peaceful coexistence in the settlements and between the host communities and the refugees. And by the way, we are in a situation where in some areas now the refugees are more than the citizens. So the programming has shifted. We have to go 50-50. What does it mean when you're saying the refugees are already more than the citizen and you're saying more refugees than citizens? Doesn't make sense. So we also have shifted that proportion of targeting 50-50. And of course, in all of this, we are constantly with the local authorities, with the partners, with the Office of the Prime Minister, with the community leaders, religious leaders involved in that. But as I said, with reduced funding, the stresses are going up, and so the needs are not going down. So that's what I would say is in a nutshell, some of the innovative approaches. Thank you.
So thank you. And something also that I'm getting from you also is that you work a lot with criminal justice actors, and also that's something RCK does a lot. But a challenge we have in the Kenyan setting is the high turnover rate between the stakeholders. So say we'd work with criminal justice sectors in this particular route for today and sensitize them on refugee protection, but then 2 years later, they've been transferred. So how is the case for example, Uganda, the way you work with projects? Do you have the same turnover rates, and how are you dealing with it in terms of ensuring that in the refugee hosting areas, there's always someone with the knowledge on refugee protection? Thank you. Any question also as we? Yeah. You can answer that.
Yeah. We face a similar situation, the judicial officers. When we really talk about, we have in Uganda what we call the justice, law and order sector. That comprises the judicial officers, the magistrate, the judges, the police, the prison, the immigration people, all of that. We do organize annual training because we recognize very quickly that they don't stay for long. And so there's an annual training we organize for them, stakeholders on refugees' rights, refugee protection, legal framework that informs the work that we are doing with the refugees. So we do that on a very regular basis to sustain that knowledge and understanding of how to approach the refugees, including the police. You know, sometimes when the police are new in a place, they start asking for IDs. I know in Kenya you ask during the Moi's time when I was here, they would ask you ID anywhere. Not now, I don't see it now. But in Uganda, we don't do that. We don't, once in Uganda, people are not asking you where are your papers. We don't do that. But sometimes there's been cases when new police officers come in where the refugees are, they're asking for papers, and they say, no, that's not how it works here in Uganda. So we sensitize on the rights and the duties and responsibilities of everyone. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lokai. Mine is just a concern. You're talking about. We are talking about the innovative, and I mean. Yesterday we were talking about the population of the refugees in Uganda, and I heard something about 1.6.
It's about 2 million.
About 2 million.
Yeah.
Now, Uganda has managed to a bit contain the refugee with the host community. Now, my concern is what are the mechanisms that Uganda is using to strengthen the social cohesion between the refugees and the host community, when this issue of maybe giving them land creates, what can we say? Tension or competition within this land resource. So if you already have the mechanisms in place, could you also maybe advise the other countries that are hosting these refugees like Kenya and maybe South Sudan on these best practices that you are using to actually ensure that there is social cohesion between the refugees and the host community? Again, because I am trying to understand that what you are trying to do in the first place is feasible, in the second place is desirable because actually it's helping them, but at the point of viability, because you're also talking about the resource, the funding, and we are talking about viability. If these fundings will not be there, so how are you going to ensure that this population of refugees that are in your place are living harmoniously with the host community?
Okay. Okay. Yes.
Thank you. It's a very encouraging presentation for the case of Uganda, and I thank you. I just wanted to how do you compare the success of refugee entrepreneurship in Uganda vis-a-vis the competencies? Okay, this again. Okay, my question is, because there has been a lot of successes in Uganda in terms of self-reliance, promoting self-reliance, how do you compare refugee successes in engagement in entrepreneurship versus their ability to access formal employment in the corporate, whether in the corporate or public ventures? I don't know if...
Okay, I get it.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with the last question. My own organization, 33% of the staff are refugees. If you actually walk to Refugee Law Project, you're likely to be talking to a refugee, but you won't tell. Number one. So the opportunity is there, depending on the need. As the Assistant Commissioner said, we are very open as a country to both employment, of course not to civil service. First of all, we don't even have enough civil service job for Ugandans, right? So minus civil service, which is strictly for Ugandans, refugees could access any job in the country. As I said, my own organization, 33% are actual refugees. And in terms of, I mentioned yesterday, the success of the Sudanese refugees in business in Kiriandongo is incredible. Actually, if you go to Kiriandongo, you'll be shocked with the number of businesses with Arabic letters or wording. So they are thriving in their businesses. Again, business is about your appeal to study the market and what people need and pitching into that at the right price. And some of the refugees we work with are producing different products that are actually being sold at the moment. That's what I would say. So it would vary from location to location. And then there was that question about hosts. And first of all, attitude towards refugees is a mindset. That's number one. Ugandans have a very different mindset towards foreigners. I've lived here, I've lived in Tanzania, I've lived in Rwanda, I've lived in Congo, I've lived in the South Sudan. The mindset is very different from Uganda. I can tell you with all these countries, Uganda is one country that does not have the complications towards foreigners. I can tell you from experience. So first is the openness is really a mindset. Maybe Assistant Commissioner has a reason. I really don't have a reason. I used to be a donor working for DFID in Uganda and South Sudan. And the donors asked me, why is Uganda open? I remember this conversation. Every reason I gave, they gave a contrary example. Because I gave, for example, I said, there was a time where refugees in South Sudan, where refugees in Congo, where refugees in Kenya. But they said, but South Africa was like that. But they are not like that. So they always gave me another counter example. So I have no reason, one reason to say this is why Uganda is. But what I know is that Ugandans have a very open mind towards somebody who is a foreigner. That I can tell you, even in the local communities. I think that is what feeds into sustain the open door policy, so that even if it comes into the legislature at the executive level, judicial level, there is already the environment that people are brought up in, that refugees then therefore accepted. And then in terms of funding, the biggest funder, and Commissioner, we should probably quantify this. The biggest funder for refugees in Uganda is the government of Uganda. It's not the donors. If you quantify in US dollar terms, it is the government of Uganda. The government of Uganda gives a per capita, the capitation grant for every student in every school, including refugees, without distinction, in education. If you are to quantify the services even given in terms of the roads, in terms of the water, in terms of the land itself, it's incredible. The Assistant Commissioner can add more to that, but I think what Assistant Commissioner, Ugandan government could do better is actually quantify the contribution of the government of Uganda towards supporting refugees. That's what I wanted to start with. And then on the land question, in Uganda, again, it goes back to the mindset. We are trying to create a model of how refugees can rent land from the host communities, and the terms are being respected. That's the main thing. A lot of the host communities rent land to refugees, and they rent. The same Ugandans also rent land from each other. So you'll find the voter can go to one part of the country and rent and farm there. I can go to another part of Uganda and rent. That's a practice we have, and the refugees are also doing the same. So there is the land designated by the government that this is your plot of land as a refugee in the settlement. But on top of that, the refugees are also going out either as individuals or as groups and renting. There have been abuses a bit of some of that, but what we are trying now to do is create a mechanism through dialogue and involving multiple stakeholders, so that if community rents land to a group of refugees, they don't turn around after a few months and take it away. But that is a practice that is going on with respect to the land. And a lot of it is really, you're saying, what do you do? For me, it is really about communication, dialogue. You have to keep dialogue within. One of the work we do a lot is build peace committees. I mean, I couldn't talk about everything we do, right? So we have peace committees in the host communities, we have peace committees in the refugee communities, we have peace committees at the border points, border communities, like Refugee Law Project sponsored last year. The dialogue between the local authorities in the district bordering South Sudan and Eastern Equatoria State government. We sponsored that trip, but before that, we already had a lot of engagement across communities and also got some civil society from NGO from South Sudan to be involved with their communities on that side. All of that is a lot of talking, communication, as well as among the refugees in the settlement and with the refugees and the hosts.
Thank you. I was about to politely tell you that.
I saw you.
So thank you, Daktari, for that. We'll not be taking any more questions from him. We'll go straight to our next presenter, who will now take 7.5 minutes. And then we'll reduce the questions to one. So our next presenter is Mercy from Inkomoko. They do a lot of entrepreneurship and developing, helping refugees set up businesses. So they'll be telling us, she'll be sharing about what they do, and let's look at also the innovative ways and see how we can scale it up in our different institutions. Thank you. Your 7 minutes start now. That's about for 20 seconds.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Mercy Wafula. I work as a programs manager from Inkomoko. Inkomoko is an organization that is a big supporter of refugees and internally displaced persons. We have our origins from Rwanda, and we've spread our wings across East Africa, specifically in countries that are receiving huge numbers of refugees and internally displaced people. So we are in Ethiopia, we're in Southern Sudan, and also in Chad. We approach the refugee issue or the internally displaced persons issue from a different point of view. A lot of organizations providing many solutions, and our approach is slightly different. We believe that refugees are very important to the economies or even in the countries that they exist in. They're also very important in that conversation. So we do support refugees who have business ideas or those who want to start businesses. Our approach is very, very unique, and we have seen it work. That's why our model has been scalable. We are in the camps and also in urban areas, like I've mentioned, in the number of countries I've just talked about. And we try and assist refugees because we believe that if a refugee-owned business can thrive, they're able to meet their basic needs with dignity. That means if they're able to run a business, run a profitable business, then we are seeing a scenario whereby we have a lot of reduced funding cuts. That means the quality of life is being affected. But what about if a refugee-led business or a refugee-led organization, they're able to carry out activities that support their livelihood? We see there's a high level of, just human dignity and improved livelihood. So we do provide trainings, consultancy, market system development, and we just recently disseminated some research we did in Garissa County, and also like the fact that RCK did a similar project, so a lot to compare notes and also borrow from each other on that. Apart from that, Inkomoko is one of those organizations that took a risk in refugees. We say this in forums and tell people, and everyone is surprised and shocked. We fund refugees. We provide the resources refugees need to build thriving businesses. And from our statistics, we've had over 90%, 90 to 95% repayment rate. That means our model has been very successful, and it also shows that businesses owned by refugees are investable and they can also be scaled. So my question was, how our model has been effective in enabling refugees to grow sustainable enterprises. One is that when we go to Kakuma, we go to other areas that we have existed before, we had refugees who were doing business, but no one could trust a refugee to give them money or to even invest in their business. We've heard about documentation issues. It's a conversation that keeps coming up. The documents used by refugees may be not recognized, are not, more often than not in the Kenyan context. A refugee would need money. The M-Pesa number may not be in their name. So how do we do it? One, we've been able to build a level of trust. Like I mentioned, we believe that refugees are also important to the economy of Kenya and the economies of the countries they operate in. So we do provide the funding for the business. It's a low-cost debt that is also, and also some are grants and some are zero-rated, depending on the need of the business. Like I mentioned, we'll find that most of the young refugee youths will mostly have an idea, but not that opportunity to start a business and also have access to financing like Kenyans. So we will come on board and provide the training that is specific to their needs. So we've been able to customize our training. So it's not a generic business training. We are training based on the circumstances that the business is in and also looking at the best way to scale that enterprise. And then we're able to provide that support for a period of 6 to 8 months and also a follow-up on those businesses. What we have seen, so we start with ticket sizes that are reasonable and then we're able to scale them. And we have seen other actors come on board. When we went into Kakuma, very few banks wanted to work with refugees in terms of giving them financing. But we have seen some of the businesses we've worked with scale to an extent of now pushing them now to the mainstream financial institutions. So our work is to ensure that if a financial institution is looking at a refugee maybe as a risk, they're asking themselves, will they ever repay the money? They do not have collateral. For us, we're telling them, we've worked with these businesses and we are looking at instances whereby we have seen businesses scale to an extent of even coming back to us for like 10 million Kenya shillings. But we want to be that bridge to ensure that we give the refugees the opportunities to grow and then usher them to the mainstream economic system. And we've also seen that being very successful with Equity Bank and KCB Bank coming on board. We recently graduated 800 entrepreneurs in Nairobi just last month. And on that D-Day, we had KCB come in to open bank accounts for refugees, because that's one of the biggest barriers that we have. Because of documents, most refugees are not able to have bank accounts. We have the policies, we have the laws, but on the ground it's very different. So people get varied responses. Apart from that, we have been able to assist those that need technical skills. We have seen that for refugee-led businesses, the playground may not be equal with Kenyans. And in such instances, we've just come in to provide the linkage in terms of maybe technical expertise to ensure that some of the goods or services they're providing are able to compete favorably in the market. With regards to also barriers to documentations, like I said, majority of the refugees are still facing the same challenge. The challenge of traveling, the documents maybe not being recognized. For us, we work closely with community leaders. We do not ask for collateral. In this instance, we are not going to ask for a refugee like, hey, we need land, we need ABCD. No, we just work with mechanisms as long as you are recognized by Department of Refugee Services, your paperwork is in order, that's all that it takes. And we work with you. And people ask, hey, what happens with your money? What happens when you trust somebody who does not have papers? But one of the things we look at is that our data is very clear. We have seen evidence. We have seen that refugee-led businesses are able to scale. So the training and the financing come hand in hand, because if I give you very good training about sales and marketing, and I'm not able to support you to get the goods or even access stuff that your business needs, then I'm not being helpful. So our tailored support and also ensuring that we also work closely with other partners to ensure that we are providing holistic services to our clients. Thank you so much.
So thank you. For her, I'll take just one question. But even before, I've seen the one question where it's being taken from. But even as I take the microphone to her, something as RCK we face that maybe similarly you face, but now in a different context, is that even for us when we are trying to advocate for bonds for refugees, it's hard to convince the judge that this refugee actually is a foreign resident just in Kenya, he won't run away. So how have you managed to convince banks and to convince stakeholders to be able to extend loans to refugees even without documentation and even without collateral, knowing the level of trust stakeholders have with refugees. Thank you. And probably the last one.
A quick one. How do you handle the question of religious integration in terms of the loan? Because you know banks have different kinds of issues. And when it comes to the Muslims, then they speak about the Sharia law, and the issue of interest is a big question to them. How do you handle such? Thank you.
Last one, because I made him Arakisha during tea, so allow me to make an exception.
Two quick questions. Thank you. The first question is, what is the rate of people with disabilities in your programming? Second, we know the refugees who are involved in business, of which you also help, are also facing a lot of predicaments in terms of acquiring movement pass. Do you normally lobby for them to have the document? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll start with the first question of documentation. That has been a challenge, yes. But like I said, most instances we do have agreements, like when you're going to give you money and the number is not registered in your name. Maybe you registered using another Kenyan's number. So a little bit of verification goes into that to ensure that you will still get the money. Apart from that, we do have community leaders that we work closely with. They are also able to advocate for maybe character, and also we look at making it so easy. So we remove the barriers, actually. You see, like if you go to a bank and there are this set of questions, for us we try to make it easy. How do we make it easy for our clients to receive the money? So we look at the options on the table. And like I said, we don't have a one-size-fits-all solution because the challenges are there, but we ensure at least at the end of the day, we quickly and you are able to have a very low turnaround time. So one is just like, if you're using a number that's not yours, you've been using for a long time, we are going to send it to that number. And then if you're able to help you support, get a bank account, we do that a lot with the Equity and KCB. We are also able to do that so that you're able to get the finances. The other question was about on the interest. Yes, we do have products that are Sharia compliant, and our Sharia compliant products are diverse. In fact, I believe that our products are very competitive in the market, including livestock financing that we are doing in Garissa. So we do have conventional and Sharia compliant products. So you have the option. If you adhere to the Islamic faith, you're of course given the option to select from the Islamic products that we have that suits your needs. That's an option that we give to our clients. Also, even in terms of that, we will speak about our teams. You realize that when you come to Nhomoko, we do have refugee staff. We do have clients that also represent different types of faith to ensure that we are also representative of the communities that we work with. I also had a question about the rate of disability. We do not discriminate as in Komoko. We are an inclusive organization. At the moment, I may not have the numbers with me on the exact rate of the people we are working with who are abled differently, but we will not discriminate. In fact, if you have any if you've been abled differently, we try to make it as easy as possible to see how we can be able to support you. Because imagine if Kenyans also having a problem, what happens if you are a refugee who's able differently? The problem is double or triple. So we try to make it easy for you to also receive our services as much as possible. Thank you so much.
So let's clap for Mercy. So the next one, and because we said we need also community-driven solutions. We'll be hearing from an Arilu based in Uganda. It's called Beacon of Light. I'm just looking at the presenters. They have a slide to share. So I'm just setting them up as I welcome Luna to come. So Luna will be presenting, will be the last presenter in this.
all project. It's my first time presenting, so I hope everything goes well, yeah? So good afternoon. Actually, I'm representing Beacon of Light. It's not based in Uganda. It's based in Kenya, Mombasa. I'm Luna Takhlit Gabra Meskel, an Eritrean refugee based in Mombasa. So I'll be responding to 6 questions. So as I said, I will be responding to 6 questions. Beacon of Light, empowerment to vocational training supports both refugee and host communities, specifically youth, through mentorship, GBV, TFGBV awareness, mental health sessions, vocational training via SHOFCO, RCK, and other NGOs. Youth gain skills, confidence, and income. For example, a hairdressing student is earning her own income as we speak. And these are the evidence. The most impactful best practice implemented to support refugee, Mombasa County Business Portal added a tab for refugee to access business permits. Beacon of Light and other NGO collaborating with RCK sorted the issue of access to Safaricom, especially M-Pesa, KRA, banks, SHA, that is on progress. Huduma Center has requested RCK to place a desk to be managed by a refugee. The refugee understand more the language of the other refugee, and they can be on the shoes of a fellow refugee. So this one is also in progress. This solution creates a full pipeline of identification, mentorship, skill training, vocational courses, attachment, and opportunities. This has strengthened economic inclusion, self-reliance, employability among youth refugees. Key factors or partnership that made this innovation successful. RCK, Juhudi, SHOFCO, DRS, CAN, CHR, Kituo cha Sheria, host community, the paralegals, and allow me to go into details when it comes to American Corner, Mombasa Foundation for Learning and Empowerment. The key contribution goes to self-learning environment for mentorship, leadership, development, and personal growth. Digital literacy training, giving youth essential computer skills needed in today's job market. Access to resources and workshops that boost youth confidence, public speaking, and communication skills, like whatever I'm doing now. Community visibility and credibility, strengthening. Okay, this creates the first stage to empowerment, preparing youth mentally, socially, and academically. SHOFCO, Gateway to Vocational Training and Economic Inclusions. The key contributions supported some of our youth to join vocational training in IT and hairdressing, which are certified with enhanced employability. Strengthen youth self-reliance, giving them practical skills for income generations. contributed on support used to acquire professional qualification and start their path to economic independence. In summary, American Corner, vocational skills and opportunity, SHOFCO, and also RCK that played a vital role in psychosocial support. Part of this innovation that could be adapted, scaled across Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, Ethiopia. Legislation that will assist RLOs and CBOs. This is the only point I have there. So the gaps, challenges we are facing as refugees. CTD, travel document. By this time, I am sure you have heard it more than 5 times. It's a very hectic process, and sometimes it makes a refugee like give up on going there. So you have to go there, kesho, and then you come back, you go there again. It takes a very long time. It takes your energy, your time, your effort. So at the end, you just find another refugee giving up on just getting it. And it also limits on refugee the economical inclusion. If someone can't get a travel document, for example, someone to buy a bulk, a business person to buy wholesale from Nairobi when they are based in Mombasa. If they don't have the travel document, they won't come for it. So since they don't have a place in the government employment and the big places, the only choice a refugee have is to have business, and CTD, CTD, it becomes a big wall or a gap for a refugee to break financially or to be independent is financially. Renewing ID takes time. If the ID is expired, so is your services. You find out all of your services are stuck. For example, this year, from January to November, I don't know about December because I'm here, there is no ID that has been renewed, that has been given for an entire year. So if they take 1 year, an entire year without giving the ID or without renewing, that's a big, huge gap and challenge. There was no clear pathway linking youth, mentorship, skills, certification, attachment, employment. Especially on attachment, you require, even if you take the lessons, you've been schooling, and then before you get the certificate, you have to go for the attachments. You need your ID, of course, and then KRA PIN, because you will require insurance for that. So all the issues I've been talking about, if one student is going in a ladder, it will just pull them down. Refugee youth lacking access to structured skill training. Many are stuck in dependency and unemployment. Impacts, evidence, and lessons learned. Host community embrace refugee community to support and kindness and cultural openness. Like there is a way, when you were Eritrean, refugee communities have been incorporated to spaces like Nyumakumi, for example. Firdausi, Somali in Mvita, Majungo village. Mariam Rwandese in Changamwe, Chani Village, Abdurrahman Somali, Mvita, Old Town Village, Makasi Congolese, Mtwapa and Shanzu Village. It contains Mombasa and Kilifi counties. Christian Congolese, Likoni Village. And next slide, please. Let me continue. If we, it's okay. So these are the evidence. This is Ferdos, this is Mariam, and the other one is Makasi from Congolese. The evidence. It's okay. The lessons learned, I have not finished too. The lessons learned, if we work together, we can make the needed change. And we can also change the narrative of refugee being dependent into self-reliant. Enabling environment. This ensures RLOs are recognized and empowered at the local level, community trust, access to training, funding, partnerships. At the national level, it includes supportive policies, government collaborations, platforms for advocacy. Together, those factors allow RLOs to lead initiatives that improve livelihood, protection, and social cohesion. And enabling environment also feels like refugee voices. When refugee voices are respected, when RLOs have equal access to funding, RLOs partner directly with the government and NGOs, refugee partnership in decision making that is actually affecting them, legal barriers that are reduced, refugee leaders operate in safety and confidently. RLOs in coordination board increase our partnership in decision-making process. Call to action, we call upon development partners to be part of change for refugees from being dependent to self-reliant. And we'll end with the sentence, the solution belongs with us, the refugees. Thank you.
So, thank you, Luna. Just one question from me, and probably just one more question from, there's someone here who's raised their hand. So as a Kenyan, I probably wouldn't know I'm studying with a refugee, and I probably wouldn't know that because as children we don't ask ourselves when in Kikuyu, when in Kenya, as you're studying. Sindio? So at what point, because I'm assuming you've grown in Mombasa as a refugee, at what point does it start feeling different? As a Kenyan, for me, it never felt different until I started this work. So you as a refugee, at what point does it feel different? And then you can take one more question.
Yes. So, thank you. Good afternoon once again. So my question regards to my sister there who is living in urban area in Mombasa. I appreciate the work you are doing there to support our fellow refugees living in urban areas. My question, based on the challenge that you have, especially on documentation that you have mentioned on CTD, two questions only. One, after maybe facing some challenges based on the CTD process, where do you address, and I have seen that you partner with the law organizations like Kituo, RCK, and other partners. How would you address those challenges so that you may try to get a quick response from your colleagues? The second one, as urban area youth-led organizations, all your team are they just working with the work permit, or you are working irregularly? How would you address such questions to the parties that you are working with? Thank you.
Okay, I'll answer the first question, but I want my colleague to answer his question because I believe he'll answer it perfectly. Kate.
Thank you very much. I belong to the host community, so I work with Juhudi and I work closely with the refugees, especially in Mombasa. And the more reason we decided not to do a presentation and let her take the space. Kindly clap for her. That's a good thing she's doing. Well, in terms of how they work within Mombasa and their surroundings is there is need for them to have the licenses to work across. However, being a host community, we stand for them to give them that enabling environment for them to feel free to be able to work without even having those permits. Because I'm there to support them, and by law, they are protected. So I need to stand with that. And before the government takes any action on them, my first question to government goes, this is a protected community. So what is your responsibility as the government to make sure that they have that space? So I stand in between and give them that space to make sure that they prevail. And that's why today I said it is important for her to stand and just have a feel of what they go through, but how as host communities can support them thrive in life and feel that they are at home. Thank you.
I appreciate Mr. Kante for the support. And for the first question, he said, how do we feel left out and feel different? Okay. It started from day one of being in Kenya because it was my first time hearing the word Kiswahili. Now I can speak fluently and no one can. Yeah, but at first time you, especially some teachers explaining Kiswahili sana sana in Mombasa, Nairobi, they're fine with English. And you find yourself floating inside the class and also communicating with the fellow students. And that's when you feel, will I really make it, you know? And I have so many to say on that, but I will shorten up to, for example, there was a time my cousins were playing football in the school, and then very good players, and then they have to go. And wametrainiwa, they did everything, and then when it reached on the field, they have the jerseys, and they are there to, like, wameenda field yenyewe, and then wakaambiwa, oh, you are nini, the birth certificate is not from Kenya, so I'm sorry. And they have to put their heads down and get out of the field, which is so painful. And that thing, there was a time bursary was given, and I was the only one, high school that is, I was the only Eritrean or refugee there. The entire nini, we were like 4 to 5 streams, more than 300 people. And I was the only one who was not being supported the bursaries, which is the most hurtful. So this is, I hope I've answered my question. Thank you so much.
So let's clap for her again. So part of 60% of the reason why this session happened today was the time, but 40% was because Luna told me she was still afraid, but now I'm wondering what she was afraid of. Let's clap for her again. So I'll be here for just 20 minutes. Yes. Oh, you have a small message for me? Yeah, I'll make sure a mic gets to you. And thank you. He's been calling me Filippo Grandi since he came, and I hope you're also praying for me the same, Sindio.
Welcome. Assalamu alaikum, good morning or good afternoon. My name is Abdullah Kuno. I am the only now the disability VI. I work with, I'm the chairperson of Pathway Disability Inclusion. The message I want to submit is that in all our programs, let us be integrated, let us be advocate for inclusive. On BDI, we do voluntarily advocacy. We do also to talk about matters related to people with disabilities, like improving or upgrading the leadership of that people. BWDs can do everything, whether it is a business, whether it is education, because I strongly believe life is beyond disability, and disability is not inability. So we want you to take that message and convey everyone. And I want you to be the change of agents, that advocacy is always been had, but you don't, it's not a shop that you say, give me, and you are given. So please, let us always, whenever you are, advocate voluntarily for others. So others will advocate for you and give the maximum respect that you can give to anyone. If I talk about the issue of the refugees, we say people with ideas have no powers, but people with powers have no ideas. The young refugee youth leaders have a lot of ideas, but they are lacking a space or platform to present their powers with opportunities and funding. But it will come in the maybe 2025 beginning and later, 26 and next from that. So please, thank you for everyone. Everything has been said, something good has been said, but we request everybody who has said something, let us change our verbals into be action, and let us do and prioritize our plans and be integrated and inclusive, and let us mainstream our agendas with people with disabilities, because they are not chosen to be disabled. Thank you for your active listening. Welcome, everybody.
Thank you again. And now he's leading us to the next moment, the next session, which is about turning whatever we've said into commitments and just forging a way forward. So I'll ask the presenter to help me set up my slide. There are just 72 slides to... sorry. Just 72, sorry. Yeah, just 72. Not 7 plus 2, 70. Yeah. Wrong slides. Someone deleted some of them, so there are remaining 7. But to finish the 7 slides depend on you. So this is the point where I say you are the one standing between you and your lunch. So it's a very interactive session, and don't worry, I won't bore you. Let me play my... Don't worry, I won't bore you. Part of what I learned in school is to train people to listen to me. I was trained to have people listening to me. So part of what I do is I have a lovely voice, and then number 2, I call out people's names whenever they're not concentrating. So you always have to concentrate so that you can answer my question, because this is a session that requires all of us. So we'll just be moving from ideas to actions, and then with this we'll be identifying some priority issues we've come across in the last 2 days, and then we'll be agreeing on some concrete actions that can be taken to follow up on the issues, and then we'll be identifying probably lead people, partners, and timelines. And the general idea is that when we have this in place, we're able to use this for advocacy with the different lead partners in ensuring that this is actioned. So we'll move to, so how we'll do this, we'll first identify an issue, and then after identifying what the issue is, we'll identify some actions that can be taken to remedy the issues, and then some leads, some partners, and then also timelines. And then something also Neri usually says, we need to see how to measure success. So how will we have indicators that show us that we are actually moving towards the desired goal? So allow me to start with us brainstorming on what key issues we've come across in the last 5 days. So probably we could work with just 5 top issues that have ran across the entire day. And I'm looking at Gideon here, who is trying to look down to start us off. So Gideon, Charlene will help me pass around the mic. So if you don't know Gideon, I can point him. I know all of them.
Something that has been mentioned by several speakers, both through their presentation as well as the panels that we've had, is across the region we have different frameworks that are yet to be harmonized. So this seems to be, the issue would be that we have frameworks, different frameworks across the region, and yet the movement from those frameworks being in paper to them being implemented is a big issue. And possibly that issue is the fragmentation of these policies. In the country-specific context, you'd find what we'd call refugee laws that speak on inclusion, but then we have other sector-specific laws that are sort of contradictory to what the main refugee laws say. And a good example, of course, is Kenya. You know, through the spirit of the Refugee Act is about inclusion, but then you have other specifics, sector specifics. We talk about immigration law, the Immigration Act, that is probably contradictory, if I may say so. So I think that is a key issue. You might have that fragmentation that might hinder the implementation of these laws, because then if you talk to duty bearers, each agency working under different laws would say, hey, the operative law for my agency says a different thing from what you're saying. You know, so yeah, so I think that's a big issue.
So we've picked already one key issue. So issue number 2 that has vibrated across the several days, there's Mohammed there.
Thank you. One key issue that has been constantly been mentioned by most of our panelists, we don't have a refugee management policy that cuts across all the East African states. Every other country has national laws that govern the refugee management. And in our Refugees Act, we have a right for refugees to give up their refugee status and move into the East African countries. In Uganda and Tanzania have different provisions in terms of that. So how that will be actualized will require comprehensive, collaborative refugee management policy that cuts across all the countries. Of course, Somalia has been added in 2023, which will be is still a relatively new member state in terms of East Africa. But access to documentation has been really, really, really important in terms of ensuring refugees access the labor market. It was mentioned by Department of Refugee Services yesterday that they're trying to amend the Telecommunications Act in Kenya to include refugees and ensure they register their SIM cards using their alien cards. But see, they're still facing a lot of bottlenecks in terms of ensuring that. So if you don't have access to documentation, no access to financial services, no access to the labor market. So access to documentation is key, and it has come across. Thank you.
Sai comments fupi sawa. Za WhatsApp message si za podcast. But I welcome all those things. They are really beautiful. Sindio, they're helping us build our matrix.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tafawa Shalin. And maybe just to pick up from where Mohammed has left. In the morning, Jamin mentioned something about data hubs at our regional platforms. And I know we are really talking about harmonizing regional frameworks and policies. But I think even as we reflect, because we're supposed to be introspective, we have a very huge gap when it comes to intra-governmental coordination, even within the Kenyan system. So how do we ensure that different government agencies are talking to one another and coordinating their services? Because at times you'd find, and sorry if I offend anyone here working within the Kenyan government, but you would find at times external partners now coming in to actually be the link when government should be talking to government. So there's already that huge gap. So when we're talking about having harmonized regional frameworks, I think, first of all, we should have national systems that are harmonized so that even before we go start having the conversations inter-government now, at least within the country, we ensure that our systems are well structured. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. I think mine is just to add to what Tafa said. At the end of the day, I know Kenya is a country of policies, legal framework. We have very nice policies, but what is hindering us from achieving most of these objectives that we're talking about is the political goodwill between government entities. And even as you engage lawmakers or as you engage our parliamentarians, do they have the goodwill? Do they have the interests? So that is one thing that we should really take into consideration. And some of these things do not even need a lot of advocacy. It just needs the goodwill from the different regulatory frameworks, because they are quite aware of what is happening. They are quite aware of the Refugee Act, though I will not make that assumption, because some of the departments of this government, they don't really understand what is happening with the refugees. They don't even understand the documentation. They don't understand the situation at the ground. So in as much as we want to come up with this legal framework, let us continue with the sensitization, and let us also urge our lawmakers and the different administrative bodies to have the political goodwill to incorporate refugees and allow them to access the services that we are talking about in terms of enhancing self-reliance. Thank you, Philip.
Just one more.
Thank you. I'm called Stehanur. I just want to say something about what our panels today have said on collaboration of aspect on self-reliance. And under collaboration of aspect of self-reliance, they say facilitation of cross-border and access to market. So as we know, the DAB and Somali there, they do associate one ecosystem, or they do associate some cross borders. How can we collaborate on the improvement of self-reliance on young refugee, on youth, on the young refugees there, and how can we access market? So far we do
we do face some heavy client changes, like lack of roads, sometimes floods. So how can we? My main question is, how can we expect self-reliance, improvement of self-reliance? And the other thing is strengthening regional platforms. One of our partners said like prevention and response, collaboration and integration differs, yes, but how can we strengthen the regional platforms? Thank you.
What we have so far, but I'm seeing some other people don't want you to go for lunch, namely Simon. So Simon, because that is very burning, I'll allow you to say, and that will be the last one. And make sure it's an issue, just one.
For me, through the 2 days, we've seen a lot of fragmentation in terms of how refugees are being handled. Is there a way, a takeaway we move from here, where we can have whatever is being discussed about refugees under one roof, and if possible, be under one paper? If we can carry that for the coming year, we do that activity only, then we have just one paper or one office which deals with everything at once, then we would have scored very big. Thank you.
Sorry, your name was not in the final program, but you are supposed to be co-presenting with me, so you'll just come back here and be behind the laptop and do the actual typing now. So let's clap for Charlene again. Charlene is also one of the alumni of the great Strathmore University, the inaugural law class, in fact. Yeah. So we have these issues that we've said, fragmentation of policies across regions and countries. We've also looked at lack of refugee management policy, a harmonized one, and then also access to documentation. But I also want to add in the place of access, also access and recognition of the documents. And then also we've talked about the lack of coordination between national and government and county level governments, and then also lack of political goodwill. And Charlene, also we are supposed to write here. And also the many fragmented also departments dealing with the refugees, how to harmonize all that. So now that we know where the issues are, what quick actions do you think we can kickstart to start ensuring that we are seeing this change? So for example, if we can start with fragmentation of policies across regions and countries, and Gideon had already started talking of harmonization of policies. You can just write there, harmonization of policies. What other concrete actions could we take in ensuring that we deal with the issues of refugee law contradicting with laws in other sectors of areas? What quick action can we think of? Yes.
Everything as when I talk about the quick actions, first let us identify the problem. We have identified. Let's ask ourselves, does it have a solution? Yes, it has. Because the policy makers we have to make for advocacy. Is there a risk on that issue? We have to know it. So I've talked about solution, identification of the problem. Is there a risk? Then is there a way of implementing that program for a short-term goal and a long-term goal? So if we do all that process and with good willing politically and with decision making, we can achieve something good. Thank you.
So he's talked about advocacy. Kuna advocacy hapo? We are still on the first one. Yeah, we are still on the first one, on the first issue. So there's he's talked about advocacy, advocating to get goodwill in terms of harmonization of these policies. What else are we thinking about? Commissioner is giving us a solution.
I think coming out of the talk in the room over the last 2 days, I think within the government itself, it was clear that we are not coordinated or possibly all trying to protect our mandates. So I think we could establish some kind of coordination platforms, dialogue to talk to each other, even without the legal amendments of the laws, which may take long. But I believe as government departments, if we are talking, dialoguing, then we are able to foster the inclusion, we are able to recognize documents, we are able to do quite a number of things in that space. Thank you.
When you talk about, help me with the mic. So when you talk about coordination, he's talked about coordination, we filled it in there. So probably back to you, who should lead coordination of government? Who is best placed to lead coordination efforts in ensuring that all these stakeholders?
I think in the government there are head prefects of government. So the head prefect should do it. I don't know in Kenya who is the head prefect in government.
Probably DRS.
But in Uganda it's the office of the Prime Minister.
So we can put there
the coordinator of government business, who can summon all other ministries to one room and dialogue.
In Kenya, it's the Ministry of Interior. Oh, yeah. I was trying to figure out the equivalent in Kenya in my head. Sorry, thank you. So, Ministry of Interior for Kenya. For Tanzania, Prof, what will be the equivalent? To the Ministry of Interior.
Who coordinates
Ministry of Home Affairs for Tanzania. And then, now that that one is almost full, we can fill at least one. Is that a row or a column? Forgive my lack of knowledge. That one we weren't taught in Strath. Yeah, but let's fill that across first. So which partners can work together in ensuring that we have this coordination? Again, you'd say that you'd talk about every government official first.
I think bring together the refugee chiefs, labor departments, immigration, and the police and other security organs who are in enforcement and so on, and the registration services, bureaus, the local counties, the local governments, and who are in charge of issuing business permits and tax identification numbers. I think those are the revenue authorities, and into that platform to dialogue. Yeah.
And this is a question for the government officials in the room. How long does it take you to coordinate yourselves? How long will we take us to agree to come together in ensuring that at least for a start we are discussing refugee issues?
Yeah. Yes. It is just something which is written as early as it can take as a month, and they meet. In fact, Madam is here. She is coordinating East African community.
Yes.
And they have the ministry in all the 8 countries. So coordination in the region is very easy with the East African, because they have one ministry coordinated in the entire region in 8 countries.
So what I'm getting is that if I have goodwill, for example, from the Ministry of Interior today, we can have the coordination meeting tomorrow.
Immediately.
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 So, so that means also, as part of the action for us in the coordination platforms, is advocating also for advocacy, advocating for coordination platforms for refugees. But then the question would be, do they exist already? And if so, how do we make the ones that exist?
The channels in government, they exist, and they are very, very clear. So, in fact, the Interior is just a coordinating agent, but now we have the Directorate of Refugee. They should come up with a formula, and then they inform the Interior at whatever level. Then the meeting will be convened with all the stakeholders.
Stakeholders mmesikia kazi kwenyu. So we'll do advocacy. So stakeholders or CSO partners, when do how long do you think it will take us to prepare ourselves to advocate with the ministry? Jen is looking at me smiling. Yeah? I mean, we've advocated with the ones here, like the office, like the commissioner here. So the commissioner will coordinate his people after the meeting. But for us, how long are we taking to fikisha the message to our Ministry of Interior? Can we say 3 months? First quarter. First quarter. Coordinators, kwani mnaogopa tena? Do you want to write January to December instead? January to March. What are the indicators of success here when you're talking about coordination meetings? First of all, the number of coordination meetings. The number of coordination meetings, one. What other indicator? What other? The number of refugees reached. Oh, will this coordination platform be reaching refugees? Okay, the number of refugees reached. This is turning out to be a very good advocacy lesson also for me, but I'm also working on eggshells because my first supervisor is here just looking at me butchering all those names. Yeah, but munisamehe to maliza action plans, ndio? So are those two indicators enough? Do we have to? So can we agree that this is So can we agree that this is a work in progress? Let's jump to access to documentation. What quick actions can be done to ensure documents have been accessed and they've been recognized by the relevant partners? So I'm first of all thinking, hello? Mmeanza kusikia njaa? Yeah. Oh, the stateless people.
But what we need is the action.
Okay, that is the action, because what is the action? Have we done any impact? The community dialogue, has it gone to that level that these people can be recognized now? That is, in fact, that is it. You have the names. I also have some. We can even mention them here.
Yeah. Oh, those are our stateless people. Those are stateless people, and they actually fall under different domain. And something exciting, RCK is in the process.
They are not refugees.
Yeah, they're not refugees. They're not refugees, but something exciting, RCK is in the process of advocacy with the parliamentary committee to ensure that two groups we have identified, the Wanyarwanda and Warundi, are registered. So we're in the final stages of the advocacy. It's supposed to enter, the amendment is supposed to enter pre-publication stage in January. So that should be like a problem of the past in a few months. So,
can I add on what he said?
It's my friend Pius. Yeah, you can add.
I just wanted to add, I think what he's saying, if we want political traction, even the ID question for refugees should be framed within a broader ID question, that it is then seen as one stream of documentation advocacy point. I think that's what you... Yeah, I just wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So like framing, but that's a very important issue about also framing the issue of, for example, refugee issues as a broader human rights issues. So that when you are telling people we are advocating for health, we are advocating for health for everyone, refugees included. Sindio? So there's an action here and then there and there, and then we can, you can give us an action for, so at this point, you can give us an action for anywhere, and then also if you think you have a lead, an idea of who can lead, yeah, so that it's 2:06 now, by 2:14, I'm getting out of here. Sindio? So we can just be brief and to the point.
Yes, I wanted to make a comment on what my friend from Ministry of Labor said on who will be the leader. That is the Ministry of Interior.
Yes.
But now we should see a way on how we are reaching the Ministry of Interior.
Yes.
Currently, here we have DRS and the Ministry of Interior.
Yes.
But now we have to initiate something which comes from this forum.
Yes.
Now we will move from here to the Ministry of Interior. So we need to have a roadmap on how we will reach. Maybe we've said the timeline is 3 months, which is March next year. How are we going to have or to realize that on March there is something coming out of this forum? So we need to have a roadmap first, so that we can see how we can reach the ministry.
I think we're in the process of making a roadmap by first looking at who is addressing what, where we want what to be addressed, and I think we're already in the process of doing that. We are in the process of identifying the issue, who is doing what, how long we foresee before change. So so after this, we'll put it in a very beautiful PDF that will be shared with all of us, plus other people, and then we can all use it as advocacy tools, either for as you fundraise for your projects, for your programming, and also for your advocacy. So this roadmap becomes everyone's responsibility in terms of actioning it. So once, for example, you receive a clean version of this and you see the problem is coordination platforms for government, you can now you can also start advocating also from a different front on that, but also we'll do also that from a common front. Yeah, but the beauty is that all will be shared to all of us. We can get Mohammed and then Muna first, then Mohammed, since Muna.
I'm not Muna, I'm Sudi. Okay, I think for me, for the access to documentation, the policies are already there. So the main action is like, can we do the implementation? Can we start with, we can say like the government can say 1 month we are doing a full, either we choose the asylum seekers or the refugees, like just identifying, because right now the most challenging part is like asylum seekers don't have access to the IDs, and they've been waiting for more than 10 years or 5 years. So can we lay out the work plan for the implementation?
Who do you think should take lead in that? Still you? Sorry.
DRS.
DRS.
And UNHCR.
DRS and UNHCR. Which partners can we work with? Let's
And
mention
RCK.
partners. In the partners, RCK. What other partners are we thinking of can push this? Kituo. What other partners are we thinking of that can work with the government in this? KNHCR, yes. What other partners are we thinking of? Okay. Kituo is there. Then on timelines, how long do you think it will take to at least have some movement with regards to documentation? Can you say 6 months? Is 6 months being too ambitious? Yes. 3 months. 3 months. No, but you have to have a prospective timeline in which you are advocating for it to, when you don't have measurable goals, time-bound goals, we are going nowhere, sindio? So will you be okay, for example, if they tell you that they'll sort that out in 2030? Now that you want them to give you the time? Yes.
Because if I speak for you,
yeah,
and you are not ready, yeah, then what happens? No, those are the questions. Yeah. And that's the main reason I asked, we should let those people speak for themselves. So if you put the institutions, it's important to give them space to let them speak on the timeline. So it's okay with them, and they know how they can handle it.
But also now thinking of it, access and recognition of documentation, is there an action point on our part in terms of ensuring our part as non-government actors, in terms of ensuring access and advocacy? So how long do you want to give how long do you want to start, how long do you need before you start pushing your advocacy? 3 to 6 months. So that's, and then what are the indicators of, what will tell us we are doing well with regards to access and documentation? Yes.
What will you do? Yeah. So I think I get his point that we may agree on timelines here, but so long as some of the stakeholders we are mentioning are not here, are not in the house, they cannot speak for themselves right here, right now, it can be another problem that all these we are going to put again on a shelf because nobody feels obligated to implement. But I have a different opinion. I think all these, we have beautiful policies and laws, as we have mentioned, and because this concerns refugees, I think we should task one body, which is the NGO refugee group, which I believe we might have more control of to do that kind of advocacy, because that's an umbrella of many organizations, including those which are not here, to do the advocacy for us. But if we start saying we give, say, KNCHR or Kituo cha Sheria and others who may not even be here to speak for themselves, I think it can be another problem that we are doing all this, but nobody will feel obligated to go ahead and produce the outcomes. So that's my opinion. I think we should focus on the NGO refugee group because it's an umbrella of many organizations, international NGOs and local NGOs, to spearhead the advocacy for the implementation of these policies? Thank you.
Philip, on access to documentation, it's not an easy, quick fix because we said yesterday that Kenya has very, very beautiful laws, but implementation is where the challenge is. So for me, I will propose two solutions, right? And it came out clearly in the discussions yesterday, the first panel. They talked about bureaucratic delays. I was just telling my colleague that the rejections for the work permits are not based on substance or merit. They're always based on technicalities. There's a committee that reviews work permits. Class M documents under the Kenya Citizenship and Immigration Acts requires you to have a formal recommendation from your employer and along with other civil registration documents. It's quite unfair that when a refugee gets employment and offer letters don't last for long, and then you have to go and look for a work permit from the committee. The committee delays approval of your work permit until your offer expires. So in terms of that, it's bureaucratic delays. And to counter that and to ensure that that doesn't happen in the future, what we who are in the room should do is not only advocate for harmonization of policies, but also harmonization of documentation, so that work permits that should be issued in Uganda should be the same one that should be issued in Tanzania and South Sudan and Somalia, so that it cuts across all the East Africa. As much as we are trying to harmonize policies, the documentation is also the trick part on how to do it. We mentioned yesterday about the 2 alien cards that are produced. One is under the Kenya Citizenship and Immigration Act, the other one is under the Refugees Act 2021. Both alien cards, different roles, different mandates, different powers. One is just identification, the other one requires you to, it actually gives you authority to do business, access financial loans, do banking, move around. So let's advocate for the 2 alien cards, one for refugees, one for the foreigners. We harmonize to make sure that these 2 documentations are of the same rights and duties, and also to ensure that the work permits that we issue to refugees are timely. Because if you give me a work permit and my offer has expired, it is no use to me. Thank you, Philip. Over to you.
See what we have now. So it's 2:17. I'd promised. So I'm releasing you not because you've run out of ideas, but I'm releasing you because I'm hungry. So we'll go back and finish this and clean it up. We'll sort of set up structures. We'll go back to the office and see how we can finish this. But for now, I want to first of all thank Charlene for helping me out with a good first draft. From also the rapporteur report we have, we'll try see how to complete this with the recommendations that came from the discussions, and then we'll share for a validation, sort of a validation, so that whatever ends on this table is whatever all of us have agreed to be the outcome of this meeting, So allow me to, for the sake of my hunger, stop here, and then and for the sake of Mgute's hunger, I'll also stop there, and allow me to call the moderator who is now in charge of you going home, for real. So Mitch, I'm trying to... Okay, he's just stepped out, but regardless, I'm trying to, okay, please don't look at me, it's awkward. Try close your eyes as I try look for the next person to speak. Close at least one eye. Yeah, Mitch is here. So thank you, Mitch, and come lead us in the next session.
Thank you, Philip. I was just asking if the cake is ready. So thank you so much, Philip. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming towards the end, and it will be important that we ask ourselves two questions. Is it time for lunch, or has lunch passed? Based on your faces, I think we are running short of time, and as an organization, we usually say time should be a resource. So at this juncture, allow me to welcome my colleague. She goes by the name Charlene Birua, who will be giving a vote of thanks, and thereafter we'll be having the official comments, from good friend. So karibu. So karibu, Charlene.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the Refugee Consortium of Kenya, it is my great honor to deliver the vote of thanks after a very engaging 2 days forum where we discussed access to labor markets for refugees. The past 2 days have been a stark reminder of the need for continued collaboration, strengthened partnerships, and how a shared vision can build a stronger, more inclusive region. Personally, I enjoyed hearing about what's been happening in Uganda, the fact that they have a program, an 18-month program, a learning program for refugees to learn the local language. And I was thinking maybe it's something we can implement in our own other countries. I do have a lot of people to thank, so kindly bear with me. First and foremost, our heartfelt gratitude to our partners whose representatives were so gracious to be our panelists for the 2 days. I'll begin with Mr. Andrew Agumba from the UNHCR, Mr. Alan Mukuki from the Forced Migration and Displacement Research Hub, and his team, Alex and Zane. I will also like to thank, it was a pleasure working with them again. Alan is actually my former mentor. Oh, no, he's still my mentor, but former teacher. Yeah, he used to lecture us. I'd also like to thank Mr. Pius Ojara from the Refugee Law Project, Mr. Khalif Ibrahim from the Department of Refugee Services, Mr. Douglas Asimwe from the Office of the Prime Minister of Uganda. Thank you so much. Mr. Daniel Chagai from the that word has refused. Commissioner of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Osman Abdikadir from Ms. Sudi Omar from Girl Power Initiative Kakuma. We have Mr. Dio Kamuzinzi from the Youth Voices Community Kenya, Ms. Devote Nuwe from the World Refugee and Migration Council Uganda, Ms. Eliza Meriabi from the IRC, Professor Bonaventure Rutinwa. It's very nice to see you again. Thank you for coming. He's the Vice Chancellor of the University of Dar. Ms. Lilian Obie. We also have Mr. Jamin Kasiwani. I hope I'm not butchering these names. My apologies if I am. But collaboration, dedication have ended the forum and strengthened the collective. I would be interested in seeing the increased involvement of the private sector from the last 2 days. To Mr. Gideon Mwawasi from Reds, Ms. Teresia from Inkomoko, Zane from the Forced Migration and Displacement Hub, our very own RCK staff. I'd of course have to start with our DOP, Catherine, thank you so much. And Mitch for moderating for yesterday and today. It's been an engaging session. I'd also like to thank I am forgetting people. Of course, Philip, I can't forget him. Philip, thank you so much wherever you are. You've ensured that every voice was heard and that each session was engaging and meaningful. Our deepest gratitude to the organizers. This forum, they started planning it in February, and it has been sweat and work. So of course, I'd like to thank all my colleagues who are here. My namesake, Charlene, Tafawa, Singh, who else is here? Neri, Janice, Kuto, Hezron, Ngute, Hannah. Thank you so much for making this 2 days a success. I was getting a bit tired of the emails, but thank you. It was very successful, so thank you. And of course, most importantly, we honor and thank all the refugees present, the refugee organizations, our representatives from the camp and urban settings. Thank you so much for taking the journey to join us. And through this session, we were reminded that while the challenges refugees face across the region may be similar, particularly with obtaining documentations and permits, something that we've been discussing throughout the session, they also do manifest differently. And of course, to all the participants, thank you for listening, thank you for engaging. It has really been engageful. We've really learned, I've actually learned a lot. But thank you so much for your input. Of course, the conversations, as Philip had said, the conversations don't end here. So hopefully there will be a foundation upon which future collaborations and progress will be built across our countries and communities. And of course, a special thank you to our donor, the IKEA Foundation, whose unwavering support has made this forum possible, and to our host, Strathmore University, and everyone involved. Thank you so much to the camera crew. You caught us off guard. At some point, you're just seeing yourself on the screen, but thank you nonetheless. For those who've traveled far and wide, it's not taken for granted that you made it here. Thank you all, safe travels to those who are traveling, and please have a good day and enjoy lunch, the very late lunch.
Thank you so much, Charlene. I was just being advised by the communication team that if there was no vote of thanks to the team, all the photos would be deleted. So thank you for saving the whole participants. So at this juncture, I would wish to welcome a very important person from the Ministry of East African Community. But before she comes in, I'll just request that you take a deep breath and then release, because I don't want anyone fainting as she's talking. So karibu Miss Mary Masroi. Makofi tafadhali.
Thank you, and wow, wow, wow. And when you are the last speaker, standing between the participants and a health break, you fast, you gotta be creative, you gotta be, trust me, you'll be here before you know it. My name is Mary Maisori. I'm the one who received all those barbs on how not to do coordination, because I coordinate regional integration, doing labor migration, gender, youth, children, social protection, community development, civil society, private society, health. The list is so long, so I have received all the barbs. Thank you so much. But today, here and now, I'm wearing a different cap. I'm representing my principal secretary, Dr. Caroline Karugu, who would have been here, but because of exigencies of duty, and being that every Tuesday they prepare to go and meet the president every Wednesday, so she could not be here. But I will represent her so ably. I will read her speech, and I'm a fast reader. Distinguished delegates, esteemed partners, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this transformative two-day East African Regional Forum on Access to Labor Market for Refugees, I would like to express my deep appreciation to all of you for active participation, your thoughtful contributions, and your unwavering commitment to advancing socioeconomic inclusion for refugees across our regions is notable. Allow me to begin by sincerely extending sincere gratitude to the Refugee Consortium of Kenya and in partnership with IKEA Foundation for convening this forum with such clarity of purpose and strategic intent. Your leadership in protecting and promoting the dignity, voices, and well-being of displaced and host communities is commendable. And your pragmatic pillars from legal aid and governance to peace and social justice, women and girls empowerment, and mental health support resonate strongly with our regional aspirations. Over the last 2 days, this forum has provided a timely and vital platform to deepen regional dialogue on refugee inclusion, particularly as it relates to the access to labor markets. We have examined our regional legal and policy frameworks, interrogated national experiences, and surfaced both barriers and opportunities that shape the pathways to dignified livelihoods for refugees in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, South Sudan, and the region beyond. I am encouraged by the rich discussions on 1, legal policy and administrative obstacles that hinder economic participation, and 2, innovations that are emerging across the border to support livelihoods, enterprise development, recognition of skills and qualifications, and 3, the best practices in multi-stakeholder coordination, and last but not least, inspiring success stories that demonstrate what becomes possible when refugees are given a chance to contribute meaningfully to our economies. These insights align closely with the mandate of the State Department for East African Community Affairs, which is anchored in promoting regional integration, policy harmonization, and cross-border mobility of labor and services within the East African Community region. As a region, we are increasingly aware that refugee inclusion is not merely a humanitarian imperative. It is an economic and development opportunities. Refugees are entrepreneurs, they are workers, they are innovators, they are consumers, they are the sons and daughters of Africa. Africa of the proud warriors of the ancestral savannah. Africa that its back bends to feed its children. They are part of us, we are because they are. When inclusion is supported by coherent policies and predictable pathways and coordinated regional action, both refugees and host communities benefit. They really stand to benefit. I'm also encouraged by the commitment expressed here towards developing collaborative regional strategies, strengthening accountability mechanisms, and aligning national interventions with EAC frameworks. This kind of cooperation is essential if we are to create a future where mobility, whether voluntary or forced, does not deprive individuals of their dignity, of the opportunity, or their hope. Let me reaffirm that the State Department for East African Community remains fully committed to supporting the domestication and implementation of regional labor mobility instruments. It also remains committed to facilitating cross-border dialogue among members. And as I sat down there, I remember that then we should move out from shouting from the mountaintop to doing from the mountaintop. Because if we do it at the mountaintop, people will see and they will join us. Very many things are being done, very many good things are being done by very many people in this room. But all low and below, we have not shouted or we've been shouting at ourselves. Please, let us consolidate the efforts and enhance what we have to do. And in conclusion, in closing, allow me to commend each one of you, government officials, civil society organizations, private sector players, refugee leaders, development partners, and researchers for helping shape practical, forward-looking solutions at this forum. Your expertise, each one of us in this room, and partnerships are invaluable as we build a more inclusive, resilient, and integrated East African community. Let us live here with renewed determinations to turn our discussions into concrete actions and our commitment into measurable outcomes that uplift refugees and strengthen our common regional prosperity. Thank you, and I wish you all safe travels and continued collaboration, and please clap for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now you understand why I was asking for you to breathe in and release it. So lastly, I think I'll just request all of us to rise for the national anthem, and then we'll have close.
O God of all creation, bless this our nation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we live in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
O Allah, O Lord, give us your guidance. Give us unto you we worship, unto you we seek guidance. We seek your help. O Allah, give us the good heart, good will to assist us. We seek your place, O God, place us all wherever we are, here and hereafter. O God, give the good will to assist everybody without asking anything. We are your servants. O God, we request for your forgiveness. Thank you. We wish this meeting to be exceeding expectations. Let us be the change of attitudes. Thank you, everybody.
Amen. So I think for the Nairobi participants, kindly at the desk there, you'll be picking up your reimbursement. For the other traveling participants, I know you'll be talking to our friend Collins. But thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. I will update any new information as I get. Asanteni.